All right, I'll be mindful not to let my nose hit the microphone. You did, because this is one of the microphones where you tap it, to tap the top, and it goes, it mutes it. It's like convenient. But if you're not paying attention, your nose could bump into it and it's a wrap. You'd be talking on mute like last night. Hey man, peace to the chat, peace to the family, peace to the lineage, Donnie. We got Passport King 77, we got Rico Miller, we got Chad Smith in the building. Yeah. So we want to pick up where we left off yesterday morning, right? On the African Diaspora Wars Tours FBA, right? They're mad at us self-identifying and delineating. That's it. We're doing non-violent actions, and they're mad, and they have become violent. Everything they're saying we are, they became that. They became xenophobic. They became dismissive, divisive, a hate group, hate immigrant group, all because we said, hey, we're going to stay to ourselves on certain issues, and we are going to name ourselves something fitting that fits our lineage, that fits our ancestors and what they have built and what they have gone through, the good times and the bad times. And apparently, that is an action of war towards these immigrant groups and these religions like Pan-Africanism. All right, so Chad says Plainfield in the building. Plainfield's turning into Mexico City though. Passport King says, in essence, ex-CEO has videos of her talking greasy about FBAs and other delineations so that African 304 needed to go. You got that video, send it, I'll play it. Gold and brown, all FBAs are not Negroes. Some of us are indigenous people, copper colored people. And that's what Unc was mad at the other day. Okay. He was mad. See, people be mad when they come over here and it ain't what they think it is. They think we're a bunch of cult members of Tariq Nasheed or whoever, Yvette Carnell. And they hate to hear the fact, like, no, even though the name is FBA, we got people here who don't go by FBA. They prefer ADOS, and some people prefer Freedmen. Some people are in here who actually prefer African American. Right. So the bottom line is that we're not this one monolithic occult group that all believe in the same thing. Some of us are Republicans, some of us are not, but favor them. Some of us are Democrats or not, but favor them. And some of us are independent parties. Hey, we're a mixture of different things here. And it's okay because right now we're linking up and getting on code solely on the lineage, not your political ideologies, not your sex preferences, not your whatever else you got going on. Solely on the lineage. That's what we all have in common. We share the same lineage. All right, so with that being said, let's get into the hate that begets hate. So we got some Pan-Africanist experts on FBA, self-proclaimed Pan-African experts on FBA business. Let's get to it. One second. 57. Okay, let me just refresh. Okay, I think my screen froze. Yep.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience. So we're wrapping up today's program, and I hope that you're motivated to contribute to the Mecca for African women in the form of the African Liberation Center. Before closing out, we have some important announcements and a reminder that we have a $250 goal towards the phase 2.
This hateful dog right here at the bottom. Now, family, listen me know this is just further confirmation that Pan-Africanism is dead, is gone, is goofy. These guys set a $250 goal. That should be light work for Pan-Africanists. Marcus Garvey raised millions of dollars in the 1920s. They can't raise $250 between all of these Pan-Africanists. So that just lets us know that, man, the majority of America, unbeknownst to FBA or knowingly about FBA, majority of America do not get up and get excited to call themselves an African, let alone a Pan-African. They can't raise 250 goddamn dollars. And that one at the bottom, that arrogant, that's a hateful dog. I don't know where ethnicity is, but I guarantee it's not FBA. That's a hateful little dog right there at the bottom. She said her goal is $250 damn dollars. Yeah, that's a lot when there's only 3 of them in an organization.
Of the fundraising for the African Liberation Center. And
they always got these names. African Liberation Center. Liberating from what? And the answer would be the white man, the devil. You know, it's never like racism or systemic racism, fighting against that, or the white black wealth gap. It's never something like tangible. That's something you can see and measure. It's always something that cannot be measured. So therefore, you can never really pinpoint how far they are from the mission. Liberation.
If you enjoyed today's program and you're inspired or motivated, we called on African women worldwide to join the African National Women's Organization. And
yeah, but if you were calling them worldwide, then $250 should have happened during your broadcast. This ain't like a year's gold. This ain't a year's goal of
We are
gold.
the only anti-colonial, anti-imperialist, revolutionary organization for
Don't that sound like Dr. Umar Johnson? We're the only. Look at this. We're the only. They're always the only to do something.
to
Pan-Africanists.
join the African National Women's
Your
Organization,
granddaddy
ANWO.
nurse.
We are the only anti-colonial, anti-imperialist, revolutionary
Look at this.
organization for Black women. We have members in Africa, Europe, Latin America, and all around
So they got members just globally, but they can't raise $250 in a setting in a simple setting. Like, stop it.
the United States. ANWO is leading on everyday issues concerning African women. We are not just on the internet, we are on the ground in our communities organizing for African liberation. Join
You're on the internet and you're not on the ground. Nobody know who you are. Yeah, stop it.
the International
Maxwell
Collective of
Jenkins.
African
It was
Women,
like
building the
1865.
revolutionary capacity of African women. To learn more about membership and to join, visit anwouhuru.org.
Look, they got it on the thing. The only anti-colonial, anti-imperialist, revolutionary organization for Black men. That makes y'all feel good to know that. Like, so you search the internet. You're the only Pan-Africanist group to do this. And again, it's a nothing burger. You're anti-colonial. That ain't our problem. That's an overseas problem.
Join. Now, AMWO is an organization of the African poor working class. So we
Yeah, I
need
bet. Yeah, okay. Now here go the excuses.
your support to establish an international mecca for African women. We are calling on members,
Oh,
followers,
they're looking
viewers,
for a
and
school.
anyone else that unites with establishing a working class embassy, a hub for community
Look,
empowerment.
they want a building. So they get mad at us when we do something and get it done. They always need something and can't get it. Now they want a building.
And a testament to the resilience of African people. Don't wait till the program ends. Pledge your support now.
Nah, let that thing
Feel
We
end.
free
ain't
to put
even
your
gotta say
question.
that, comrade, because we gotta
Okay,
get through the ones we pinned. But
let's
if
get
you got
through. Yeah, for
questions,
sure, for
put them in the comments. We got 30 minutes left, about 33 minutes, and we're gonna address, if we haven't already, we're gonna address the many different
And we
comments.
in that one that says Pan Africanism is dead.
Yeah.
So
Pan-Africanism is certainly dead. This is why you can't raise $250 and you got all of these members in all parts of the world and you can't raise $250. It's dead.
I understand why you feel that way. And that's why we're not Pan Africanists. We are African
Oh my
internationalists,
God.
which is a development from
That's another thing. They're running from the term Pan-Africanist. Y'all heard Unc yesterday on the live. He said he's not a Pan-Africanist, but he's Black African power. He's not saying Black African American power. He's saying Black African power. Like these guys now they're not Pan-Africanists. And remember, they said Umar is not a Pan-Africanist when the school flopped. So now they're running from that term and now they call themselves nationalists now. Like now they're a nationalist. Listen to it one more time. Nobody's a FBA, we buried Pan-Africanism where they're all running from it. It's so dead they don't want to be attached to it. They're saying there's something else. Listen to what they are now. Look, they got the red, black, and green with the white man fist in the background. They got all the talking points, but they are not Pan Africanists. Yo, we killed it so much they want to detach themselves from it.
the understand why you feel that way. And that's why we're not Pan Africanists. We are African internationalists, which is a development from the former rhetoric of Pan Africanism. We have
Told you. Yeah, they just said. Now they get mad at FBA stemming from ADOS, but they just said they're not Pan Africanists. They are African internationalists, but it's a spinoff from Pan Africanism.
take national that way. And that's why we're not Pan Africanists. We are African internationalists, which is a development from the former rhetoric of Pan-Africanism.
Oh my
We
God.
have taken it to a whole new level, and we have, but
So they've taken Pan-Africanism to a whole new level, but they can't raise $250. That sounds like Pan-Africanism to me. That's like the same old Pan-Africanism bull BS to me.
but that's not new. The African People's Socialist Party and Hoover movement is over 50 years old. So I encourage you to learn more about us.
There was a question. I thought I pinned it, but I can't find it right now. But somebody was I want to answer the question. What's the difference between? Ask the question again. It was, what's the difference between Africans and African descendants of slaves or something like that? I think that was the question. But if I got the question wrong, let me know. And the answer is nothing. The answer is nothing. I mean, African people experience enslavement and colonization. I mean, to be quite honest, the majority of African people that were taken from the African continent and placed into slavery and bondage reside in Brazil. And then America became a stop on the boat where it dropped off some Africans and things
Why
like
she mess
that.
it up?
So the largest amount of African people outside of the African continent that were enslaved are living in Brazil, and we are, the people here are also experiencing that as well. So
Experiencing
I'm
what?
just going to repeat a question that our chairman says. Chairman,
Okay, so I mean, she really just didn't say anything. She just said, "Hey, people were dropped off majority in Brazil, and some people were dropped off in America, and we're just the same. So there's no differences. So why are they called Brazilian and we're called American, and these folks are called Jamaican? We're all just the same. Why didn't everybody just call themselves African still? Right when they got up from under the rule of the white man's thumb, why not just reclaim what you thought you were? If you thought you were African and you're up from the white man's rule, why not reclaim Africa as your identity? Nobody did. People took on foreign customs, people took on foreign languages in a unique history. And that was enough for everybody to say, I'm not that, I'm this. Okay, it's just that simple.
Omali Yeshitela of the African People's Socialist Party, because we are communists. And what he says is that you can't get on the boat in Africa and be an African and then land on the shores of this colonial settler white nation state and become something else. You're always going to be an African. And when we think about our
Now that's their religion. That's how they think. That's how they think in their religion. And that's okay. I understand. I disagree.
position from that point, that's how we see the world. We getting confused by these borders that were created not by us. It wasn't like group black people sat around, was like, okay, this is going to be the African American part, this is going to be the Jamaican part, this is going to be, no, these borders were created by the colonizers, the people that y'all are upholding, that created these segments in which they can control you. And so there.
Give me a second. Give me a second. It froze. It froze. It froze.
Yeah, go ahead. I just want to say these segments in which they can control you, and so there is no difference. Essentially, that's the answer to the question.
So there's no difference from people of the diaspora. That's her answer. We're all the same. There's no difference. She said there's no difference. There's clear differences, right? But she said there's no difference. This is how delusional you are. You're just African. There's no difference. You're just African. This person speaks Creole. This person speaks Patois, whatever shit is. This person's over here. That person over there. And there's no difference. They're from these countries. They hold these flags. They got unique histories. But there's no difference. They're all the same. Like this is how crazy they are in this religion called Pan-Africanism.
Between Africans. Yeah, go ahead,
I just want to say, well, first of all, I think the question was actually in response to this comment around.
Hey, this little dog right here, like she reminds me of like a Roland Martin type niece or something. Like we're just when she talks, we're just stupid. Listen,
enslaved, not slave. And I
Gotcha.
do think it's an important distinction because, the way that a lot of, ADOS folks talk about their ancestors is as if they were defined by being a slave. Our ancestors are not defined by being slaves. It's something that happened to them. But that is not how they were defined. We don't define them as such. That they are not just slaves. They were enslaved African people with a culture that got integrated into this culture to create a new Black US culture. They are not slaves. They are enslaved African people that were forced to come to the US. So I think that's a really important distinction. And I also want to mention
oh, we didn't know that, right? Again, we're just stupid. Yeah, this is the first time we're hearing this.
that, a lot of folks here are talking about the immigrants and the Mexicans and this and that. And I just want to let you all know that Mexico actually abolished slavery before the US did. And so there was actually a mass migration of Black US born enslaved people
Here she go
to
teaching us.
Mexico because slavery was abolished there. And so a lot of the folks that you're talking about are actually African, like descendants of US slaves that migrated to Mexico in order to escape slavery. So because they crossed a colonial border, they
Yeah,
don't
look, they're just laughing and having fun by themselves. But don't forget, the chat had asked for the calling number. The chat asked for the StreamYard link, and they said no. Just send your just comment, and we'll read your comments. These folks are delusional, and they didn't want no challenge. They just say stuff, and it's factual, and they're back there fake laughing, and carrying on. And they're
count.
just
They don't
teaching.
count because even though they're the same ancestors, but because they crossed the colonial border, that they don't count. They don't count. Which
Okay, now they don't even understand that. They don't understand. Um, Canadians don't count. They're not like us. They don't understand that the UK folks aren't like us. They don't understand. You take your butt to Mexico, and that's your lineages. Then, like they don't understand that. But everything is just so laughing. They just laughing. These guys are so stupid. They don't think nothing out, but then don't want to be challenged.
by the way, a lot of folks don't know that Mexico's second president was a Black man, and he was one of those enslaved people that left the U.S. to fight for freedom in Mexico. So I'm sure a lot of you all did not know that, but yeah, there was a mass migration of U.S.-born enslaved people to Mexico because of Mexico's abolition of slavery. So
Just Coco, jump in, Coco, because you had a point to say about Liberia. Shall we talk about the?
Oh, okay. So before I go into that, I do want to go ahead because a lot of the ADOS discussion at FBA revolve around reparations, and I want to go ahead and highlight this book by Chairman Amadi Eshatella. It's called "The Verdict Is In: Reparations Now," and it's actually the report from.
These folks are always holding up a book written by some Pan-Africanist, some immigrant, as the law, like how Moors will hold up like pseudo law books. You got to buy this. Look, yeah, didn't every Pan-Africanist stream I play, they all hold up a book written by a Pan-Africanist or an immigrant as the law, the rule of law. Okay, what does this book say about reparations? Tell us.
The 1982 World Tribunal on Reparations. So, I recommend that book. I thank you yesterday because did you?
Family, what I say, they hold up books and they don't tell you anything about the book. Like, why don't you go into the book? Why don't you explain what the books talk about, what points they made, what they plan to achieve, or what the readers can achieve. They just hold up books, give you the title, tell you who wrote it, and they may move on. And like, yo, y'all didn't read the books, man.
So one of the things I want us, when we talk about class, is also class struggle. And if you talk, and those are talking about, deport us back to, Africa or, Africans. I've seen a comment of African ADOS can never be deported back to Africa. Well, in Mississippi, there was a movement post-slavery to send Africans, the formerly enslaved people, back to Africa. And they did. You saw a small migration of ADOS, or Africans that was formerly enslaved, settled in Liberia. And when they settled in...
Oh my God. Is she talking about the ACS? Yo, these folks are, this is crazy. This is crazy. The ACS, that thing was, come on, man. We already tackled that. There's a bunch of white supremacists. We already know the ACS. If not, go to my archives and look over the ACS. Unc don't know nothing about the ACS. Really nothing about Black history. You know, they just know the certain people they read, and their Black history knowledge is gone. She's referring to the ACS and don't even know that that was founded in 1819, and the colony Liberia 1822. So they've been doing that since the 1820s all the way down to about the Civil War, little before, little after.
To Liberia. So when you take on your colonizer's mind state and you take on your colonizer's culture and traditions, those Africans went over to, those formerly enslaved Africans went over to Monrovia, Liberia, and became oppressors of the Africans in Africa. They went over to Liberia.
Slow down and take a deep breath. You dig? I know. Okay, you got a lot of stuff going on right there. This is a shady recollection of what happened in Liberia. This is terrible. But what does got to do with deportation? They didn't deport anybody. That's called forced migration. They gave them a choice. They said, "Hey, remain in chains or on a plantation, or go to Liberia." And this wasn't everybody. Now this woman ain't tell you this wasn't everybody. This was this was for only free Blacks. This wasn't for enslaved Blacks. But forgive her soul, forgive her ignorance. But she's trying. She's trying to pretend that she's qualified to speak on FBA and ADOS.
Which Liberia was, the name was given as for those Africans as like free land, and they went over to Monrovia, Liberia, and became, oppressors of the Africans there. I don't know if we got enough time. If Yesha, you want to cue that video?
Remember, my sound doesn't work. I don't know why, so I can't. Yeah.
Real quick,
yeah, I think it's the heat.
This question around, this comment around we're not going back to somewhere we've never been. Trump is literally deporting Black Americans to places they've never been. So
again, you see, she's talking about first gen, second gen. She's not talking about FBAs. So again, like, this is why they don't accept call-ins. They're just saying Black Americans. Revenue is a Black American. Tether Dream is a Black American. All right, what they got to do with us?
And and Latinos, like my dad, born in Mexico, but he's Black.
Oh, there we go. Her dad, born in Mexico, but he's Black. Ma'am, your dad is Mexican. He's not Black. He's Mexican. Okay? There we got it. So it comes out. It comes out. These folks are immigrants. And it's okay. Immigrants are not bad people. But we understand the hates now. Like, we understand the criticism. We understand the disdain. Okay? We get it. We kind of already expected that anyway. We already supposed that anyway. That's just confirmation. Thank you.
They don't care about your dad because he was born in Mexico.
Yeah, they don't.
they don't care about the ones that are here. Like, but I'm saying, but
but my dad is here. My dad is in Texas, and if you want to, my dad is from Texas. I have cousins that are from Cleveland, born in Mexico, but parents came from.
right, so I think it froze. Give me a second. Give me a second. Oh, it didn't froze. I paused it by mistake.
Cleveland. So are they not liable to be, or where do we draw the line, where it gets very clouded and
She said, "Where do we draw the line? The line has already been drawn when we said delineate. D line 8. Okay, so delineate means to draw a line. The line already been drawn. The line is drawn with the lineage. Okay, delineate line is in there. Lineage line is in there. So the word line is in lineage. The word line is in delineate. We already drew the line. If you're not with the lineage, you're on the other side. We othered you. Okay, you're either of the lineage or you're othered. So your line has already been drawn for you. You are other. We othered you, and it's okay. The others are not bad. We don't discriminate. We don't criticize. We don't violate. We don't harm you. You're just othered. You're not us. You're not foundational to this country. Your ancestry does not go back to the legacy of slavery. They didn't build the country. That's all. That's all. So the line is already drawn. It's not muddy. We can, and you remember earlier she said that she tried to trick. Now look, we got her now. She said her dad is Mexican, and earlier she said she tried to trace her family and she couldn't go back too far. So this is a liar. Hold on. Yes, we got her. We got her. Listen, her dad is Mexican, but earlier she lied and acted like she was FBA, that she was trying to trace her family but couldn't go too far. She tried to pretend that tracing your family was so difficult, wasn't so easy. And it turned out you're Mexican. Hold on. So y'all don't think I'm crazy. Hold on. Because I'm going to find that. Stop, stop, stop. Okay, so we're going to find that. She cosplayed as FBA and she couldn't trace her lineage back. But now it turns out she's not FBA, and that's why she couldn't trace her lineage. Damn. Hold on. Okay, here we are. I got her. I got her family. I got her. I got this lion dog. Listen.
former comment and a few other comments that state that means that Black Americans would have to go through a purity test. And how many of us can trace our lineage or can trace our heritage back to slavery? I know I can't.
I know I can't. Hold on.
Can trace our heritage back to slavery. I know I can't. I could trace it, like I could trace it right there. And any time before there is a white ancestor, because we came over here as commodities.
She said, we. Ma'am, you must be Haitian, okay? Because that's only we that's associated with you is is Haiti. She just said, I can't. I could trace it right there. But then over here, she says this.
To places they've never been. So
my dad, born in Mexico, but he's Black.
Uh-oh. Now let's go back here.
that Black Americans would have to go through a purity test.
Got it.
How many of us can trace our lineage or can trace our heritage back to slavery? I know I can't. I could trace it, like I could trace it right there.
Got it.
And any time before there is a white ancestor, because we came over here as commodities.
But
all this we. I got her. But over here, her dad's Mexican. So, ma'am, that's why you can't trace your lineage. So she tried to act like her problem cosplaying as us. She had a hard time tracing her lineage. But ma'am, you just said you're not us.
And and Latinos, like my dad, born in Mexico, but he's Black.
Okay, there you go. And that's why you had a hard time tracing your lineage. Lord Jamar had the same difficulties tracing lineage because they are not FBA. So when people say they have a hard time, not every person, but when people on average say they have a hard time tracing their lineage, it's a strong possibility you're not of the lineage. Okay, So the cultural superpower says he said they could trace the lineage. Of course, it's easy for a lot of us. So give the cultural let me give the cultural superpower a lineage wrench like the video. Everybody like the video. JBZ says I'm from the SIP. We ain't ever left for no damn Liberia. We're still in the SIP in droves. Shout out to JB. I'm gonna give him a lineage wrench or she. I don't really know, but you get it. You also like the video. I see people in the chat. Yeah, we got the Mexican flag, Granddaddy Nurse, FSK, Diamond, V4 Vengeance, Lord Maul, Borrowed Time, Maxwell Jenkins. Who else is in the building? Yeah, but you see how I caught her, right? She couldn't trace her lineage, and she was acting like, see, everybody can't trace their lineage. Some of us can't. She's including herself with the lineage. And then a little longer down during their life, she admits her father is Mexican. This is sad, man. Caught the lady on her own life, lying about she's part of the lineage and couldn't trace, and she had difficulties tracing her lineage. Stop it.
They don't care about your dad because he was born in Mexico.
Yeah, they don't.
They don't care about the ones that are here.
Like,
but I'm saying, but
I mean, but my dad is here. My dad is in Texas, and if you want to, my dad is from Texas. I have cousins that are from Cleveland, born in Mexico, but parents came from Cleveland. So are they not liable to be?
Wait,
where
what? Let me get that
do we
back.
draw the line? My dad is
they don't care about the ones that are here. Like, but I'm saying, but but
my dad is here. My dad is in Texas, and if you want to, my dad is from Texas. I have cousins that are from Cleveland, born in Mexico, but parents came from Cleveland. So
yeah. Then you're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. Wait, what you be saying? You're done. You're done. You're done. It's over.
Are they not liable to be? Where do we draw the line?
The line been drawn.
Where it gets very clouded and diluted. And as you stated before yesterday, when we face oppression, the oppressors don't care if our parents is from Jamaica or not.
Here we go with this oppressor doctrine. Family, they keep saying colonizers, colonial oppressors. Family, that language is familiar with immigrants. We've never experienced colonizers, okay? And we experience oppression only via systemic racism. You see how she never that whole broadcast, they never said systemic racism because immigrants don't go through systemic racism. Immigrants don't go through racism at all. They're all dark over there. They all look the same. They're police officers, they're governors, they're bank robbers, they're pastors, they're presidents. They all look the same. They all do business with each other. They don't have a system where they got to come to white people to get things done or to get justice, to get work, to get food. That's us. So our oppression comes in the form of systemic racism. Their oppression comes in the form as people who look like them and identify exactly like them. We don't have the same struggle. We cannot relate to you, and you cannot relate to us. We got different realities. But they won't say systemic racism because there's no racism in those countries, those diaspora countries or African countries. So they're trying to make us join their fight like they normally do, but they never want to join ours in mass numbers. Don't give me Shirley Chisholm. Don't give me Kwame Ture, 3/4 handful of folks. Tell me the masses of you guys who joined our fights, any of our fights. Stop it.
What is his name? I can't think of his name. The young man that was shot on his wedding night, the night before his wedding.
Sean,
Here we go.
By the police for holding his wallet.
Sean, which one?
Amadou Diallo.
The one in New York?
Not Sean
Amadou Diallo.
Yes, Amadou Diallo. So they wasn't saying, "Oh no, he's an immigrant." They said, "Oh no, he's black."
But they're glad that he got shot because he is an immigrant, and they don't want immigrants here. I mean, I think
Again, gaslighting. We never said that. We don't want illegal immigrants here. And we don't want immigrants here who are in our way. So yes, if you are a legal immigrant and you're in our way, yes, we don't want you here either. Yeah, we can say that. But we don't have a problem with legal immigrants who are not in our way. But that's them just gaslighting, trying to make us look stupid and crazy. And they're saying, and they're talking about Diallo, Amadou Diallo getting shot and he's innocent. Well, the narrative you're trying to paint on us, you're putting us in a position to get shot. You're saying that we're this group, this self-hating group who's very violent and oppressive and wild, and you're painting us. This is why Tariq be saying this is agent talk. You're painting us as a cult group who's wild and reckless. You're positioning us to be in a position as George Floyd as an ethnic group. You're position or you're attempting to position us to be in a position of Amadou Diallo. Okay, by the rhetoric, the negative rhetoric you're saying about us. But carry on.
The question, because the thing is that the they don't find the similarity. First of all, I want to just take a moment to appreciate everybody who has donated so far. Thank you so much, all the
Yes.
donors.
I feel like we got the most donations today. So I'm
We got
like,
definitely the most donations
ADOS
today.
folks, come back again. You're upping
back
our
again.
views, you're upping our donations. I really appreciate the just the hostility. The algorithms love, folks acting up. So continue to act up. It puts more money into our pockets. It puts more views into our video, and it just expands our reach. So keep coming back.
So I don't see any questions. Okay, so here's the last question. FBO DOA's Friedman supported him. What the fuck? Okay, I guess it's like, okay.
You see this little, I'm saying this, that one at the bottom be talking really slick. I don't know what she is. She's Asian, Filipino, whatever she is, but she's talking really slick. Uh, that's a hateful beast right there. That's a hateful beast.
Okay, so there's no real questions. There's like commentary just going back and forth. And we pinned some things that I wanted to go back to.
African
But
goddess,
I
she
just want
says,
to shout out to Makemba.
hold on, what is African goddess talking about now? She said, let me catch that comment. You said, a peace life. Let me give life a lineage wrench, just like the video. Subscribe and tune in to us. Daily mornings. I'm gonna try, which is difficult. I went live last night and fell asleep because it went so late. So I'm gonna try to go live no later than 9 because I will fall asleep. All right. So anyway, we got Mesh in the building. Peace to you, FBA. We one B1. Okay. African Goddess says no. Historically, Uganda, Zimbabwe, Kenya all had racially segregated communities. African Goddess, I don't think you understood what I said. Racially, listen, African Goddess, listen. You're responding off emotions and hate for FBAs. What I'm saying is you can't have racism in your community if white people don't live amongst you, if white people do not daily affect your livelihoods. Okay. We live with white folks all of our existence, even now. We had to come to white people for all of our daily goods. I just explained housing, loans. We had to physically see white folks for these things, these civil liberties, our justice, hospitals, to call the police, the firemen. It would just name it. Just name it. You name it. Okay. We had to come. So that's what I mean by racism. You have to have the race amongst you. So South Africans can kind of understand a little bit, but we live with white folks and they pass laws, racist laws, to deliberately sabotage us, to undermine us, and to hold us back. But we lived white folks, we were affected by them. They would come to our cities and cause harm, put crosses in our yards and our front lawns, hang, lynch. Okay. So that's what I mean. You guys never experienced that. You've been the majority in your country for all of its existence. You never had to share your country with another race, man for man, mono, woman for woman. Okay, we are 13% today, and we were less percentage back in the day. All right, so yeah, we have different experiences. You never experienced racism. You experience oppression from your own people and your corrupt governments that's ran by your own people. All right, that's what I mean. All right, so I hope you understand now. Damon Reeves, peace to you. Mama Dead, peace to you. Baker Boy, Tiger Crane, Shakir says peace and protection upon FBA News and Updates, upon my fellow mods, and upon the supporters of the channel in the chat. Peace to you, Tiger Crane. And that's what I meant. That's what I mean by racism. That's why these women care. I believe they care. I believe that's why they carefully choose their words and say oppression, because South Africans can kind of relate when it comes to that. But yeah, racism, when we say racism, we're talking about, well, we're all talking about white people, right? Aren't we talking about white people? You're saying colonizers, colonial. Okay. So you didn't ever live with your oppressor, and they were not the dominant, uh, they dominant as far as numbers living in your communities. You never experienced that. That's what I mean by that's what racism is. And then systemic racism or laws put in place to uplift or cause. Okay, you ate already. You ate your vitamins. Yeah. So systemic racism are laws or structure put in place, a system put in place to advantage one group over the other. Okay. So that means you have to have two different groups that are different in your countries living together. So I guess you're saying the Tutsis and the Hutus, but guess what? They're both African. So that again, that doesn't apply either. But it's okay. It's okay. You guys have not experienced what we experienced, and we have not experienced what you experienced. That's what the whole point is. We have different struggles. So try to tie us into your struggles is weird because we're not pretending like you are tied into our struggles. That's weird. Okay. So Africans of the continent and Africans of the diaspora, you guys may have shared struggles, but we are unique. We have a different struggle. We've been on a plantation. We had slave breedings. None of you guys ever experienced that. Plantation stuff. You never experienced that. We have different histories. We're just different than you guys in a lot of, as far as experiences, life experiences. Okay, we're just different, and that's okay, man. That's okay. But you're not gonna lie to us and act like we have shared experiences. We don't. Maybe a little, but most often, no, we don't. We're unique with our experiences. That's okay. It doesn't make us special. It's just what it is. So we got life in the super chat. He got some lineage love right there. He says, just claim FBA is a CIA lab rat yesterday. I don't know if any of y'all messed with him, but I've been on his neck. I never heard of him. But people can say FBI, and we hear it all the time. And that doesn't bother us because my counter to that is, how are we FBI when FBI was created to sabotage FBAs? So how can we be something? So if we're FBI, then who is the FBI sabotaging? So that's kind of weird. Like these laws were put in place. Jim Crow laws were put in place to discriminate against somebody, right? But if we are the FBI, then who are they discriminating against? That again, that's just a talking point that they don't really think out. They don't really think that out. But thanks for the lineage love. I appreciate it in the super chat. Yeah, that's not well thought out by those folks. Okay. So let me go.
For coming in here with all the fire and heat that this, and she's an
Oh
African
yeah.
woman.
So let me make this point. I read Tiger comment. Um, yeah. So people like this don't get baptized by people like this. So people like this would make you believe, because she's Mexican, the other one. They'll make you believe that they represent their communities, they represent their countries. Okay, so we gotta be careful not to condemn a whole country because of a tether or a racist or a bigot or a hater, right? We got to make sure to call out the people who needs to be called out and not the country. Like none of these women represent their countries. So it'd be unfair of us to judge their country based off their tether class. All right. So every country got a tether class. Our country got a coon class. So it'd be unfair for let's say the Dominican Republic to judge Black America based on Thomas Sowell or Larry Elder. That'd be unfair. So yes, so I believe there's more uh, folks, there's more Africans, there's more Caribbean people, there's more Mexicans who are not anti-FBA than those who are. We just know that those who are just louder. That's all. Like they're just louder than the ones who are not, and it seems like it's more than what it is. Yeah. So we do have supporters. We do have supporters who are not in our way, who hope we achieve all of our bullet points, all of our talking points, and we can't get boggled down where we lump everybody up. It's important for us to delineate amongst them, the riders and the haters. So yeah, so we got riders and we appreciate riders. We appreciate support and we don't appreciate the haters. That's all. So we delineate even within the support, right? Or the other groups. We say, okay, this person's a rider, that person's not. It's important to do that. Not mix everybody up as this big monolithic hater.
Women. And even though I have short hair, you can trust me. Somebody said they don't trust Black women
Correct.
with short
Correct
hair. You
matter.
can trust me on this.
That's how I know they're colonized.
So shout out to Makemba. FBA are the biggest tethers. They ride the backs of all of the Black revolutionaries who advanced our struggle. It wasn't FBAs who did that. They ride the backs of our struggle.
Renaissance
And it could have been a foundational Black American according to their definition that did it, right? Like, so they don't even know who's who. That's the thing. FBA
What is she saying now? Oh my God, we don't know who's who. What is she saying now?
women with short hair. You can trust me on this.
That's how I know they're colonized.
So shout out to Makemba. FBAs are the biggest tethers. They ride the backs of all of the Black revolutionaries who advanced our struggle. It wasn't FBAs who did that. They ride the backs of our struggle.
Now, here we go. They're so upset at the term tether that they try to remix it and flip it back on us. We're the biggest tethers, as though FBA. I don't even understand what they just said, but I'm gonna try to make sense of it. So they believe FBA is a small cult of Black Americans. So they separate us from the rest of Black America. So they say, hey, we're tethering on to Black Americans' success. So they'll say like Booker T. Washington, if we claim him and represent him, we are tethering on to Booker T. Washington because we are because he's not FBA. We are. Like we're the cult group, he's not. So to claim him is like we're tethering on to Black Americans. That's like the craziest twist of logic I ever heard. We're tethering on to Black Americans' success. Inventors, innovators. Okay. All right. That's what y'all want to say. Fine.
It could have been a foundational Black American according to their definition that did it, right? Like, so they don't even know who's who. That's the thing.
No, we know who's who. All right. We know at that time 90% of Black America were FBA. All right. We know that there was a tiny fragment of Caribbean people and even less of a fragment of Africans.
FBAs and the ADOS people don't know who are anything.
We do. World's best braider, peace to you. And but why are you worried about again? Okay, let's say we can't tell who's who. Why are you? Well, that's not your concern though. Isn't that our problem? Oh, FBAs, they don't even know this. FBAs, they don't know why. Yo, they are so on our jock. FBAs, they didn't consider this. Yeah, but y'all can't have it both ways because one side of your mouth, we're a nothing burger, right? We're not growing. We're a small group that's going to disappear in 2 years. And then they can't keep our names out of their titles. Like we're so much of a nothing burger, but y'all keep talking about us. Every video Tether Dream has is about us. Okay. Taharka Bay. Every video is about us. And you see his views when he don't mention us. We don't mention Tariq and that shit. You see his views, that dude be like 40 folks live. Okay.
just coming, they could be talking to a so-called non, native African, well, black person on their job, not knowing that they are not foundational. And I just want, let's talk about that. Foundational to you're not found, the only foundation you have to the American colony is your back and your blood, right? And that was forced back in blood. It wasn't like you just, unless some of your ancestors, you want to call them Uncle Ruckus, and they gladly marched to the tune of being, master's henchmen. But for the most part, African people in this country and most places in the Western Hemisphere are here not because of we decided up and one day move here, but because we were kidnapped. Somebody made a point saying that we were sold into slavery by our people. And that may be true in some instances, but the entire colony, the entire slave trade was not created by our people. It was an economy on the continent of Africa that forced, even in those instances, forced
So, family,
African
I'm gonna
people
come back to this point
to
right here.
engage with the colonizer in this way. But then you also have to know that there were plenty of African people on the continent who fought to keep us there.
Right.
There's loads of stories of African people who fought to the very tooth and nail, powerful European armies to keep us home and out of the clutches of the enslavers. Like, why y'all don't know this?
Right. And I think about it this way. So these colonizers show up, and you heard about them before they even showed up. You heard that they're snatching people, they're doing the most depraved things that you could ever imagine. And they have these weapons that you've never seen before that are just, really strong, powerful weapons. They show up at your village. What are you saying to them? Sure, take my family. Okay. Or are you saying, the tribe next door, they're actually a little bit stronger than we are. So why don't you go over there? And
Now,
so,
look,
like you
family,
said,
they're making
the
this stuff up.
economy was created by the
They're
Europeans.
making this stuff up. Okay, they're distorting truth with falsehood. White folks did not snatch up anybody, and that's why I kicked Unc butt yesterday. And I'm going to play that video. I'm gonna play a clip of that because that's a perfect segue to that. So Pan-Africanists, they love to believe that white people were just so powerful in the 1400s. They was just so strong in the 1400s that they came and they kidnapped. That's the word they use. They kidnapped millions of Africans. Family, that is so far from the truth. White folks were dying from diseases of Africa and from Africans being resilient, killing them. White folks' armies were weak. They were not that strong in the 1400s. They was getting beat up by the Arabs and everybody else. The Ottoman Empire, the Ottomans Empire. Yeah, so no, they were not that strong just then. So they came back with a checkbook and said how much they conceded, right? Fighting with Africans and trying to get into Africa. So this is all lies from Pan Africanists. And this is where Unc, I knew he would believe that. And I said, RIP to Unc yesterday. I'm gonna play it. But this was a perfect segue into that. So let me just back up to the line.
Europeans. Oh, or you
People. It was not created. We decided up and one day move here
Now, one more
because we
time.
were
Listen.
kidnapped. Somebody made a point saying that.
Wait. See, we were kidnapped, and the kidnappers, like I asked, who was the kidnappers? And this word kidnapping, that's not a scholarly word. When you read about this, they call it slave raids, but they keep saying kidnapping to make it sound like something else. These Pan-Africanists, like these are liars, man. These are people who are no different than white supremacists as far as revising history and putting in their favorite words to make it sound like what it's not.
Most places in the Western Hemisphere are here not because of we decided up and one day move here, but because we were kidnapped. Somebody
So we were kidnapped. Okay, explain that.
Made a point saying that we were sold into slavery by our people. And that may be true in some instances, but
She said in some instances, no, that was the whole grand scheme. The whole grand scheme, the reality is if Africans didn't sell us, there would be no slave trade. That's a fact. There would be no great America because we won't be over here building it in mass numbers. Okay. So now look how she deflect from the topic. The topic is sold and who bought us. And watch this. This is what Unc tried yesterday too. I just ignored him. Listen.
The entire slave trade was not created by our people.
Okay, that's common sense. It was a white man thing, white man ideology. Okay.
It was an economy on the continent of Africa that forced.
We know all that, but that's not the point. The point is, did we get sold by our own people? That's all. That's all. Did we get sold by Africans? Yes or no? That's all. We don't care. We're not interested in the politics and the grand scheme of no. Did Africans sell us to white people? That's all. So now we gotta hear the whole agenda and plot and twist. We don't care.
Forced, even in those instances, forced African people to engage with the colonizer in this way. But
Okay,
then
now that's a lie. See how they trying to get their hands off the selling part? It's like, yo, listen, man. There was a business. There was a joint venture. There was a LLC between the white man and Africans. It was a 50-50 split or 50-50 agreements on the deal. All right. V4 Vengeance in the super chat. It says, Ron, letting you know, call in this chicks are, yeah, liars. I'm noticing a dog whistle she keeps coming back to. It's interesting. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Lineage Love. We got life back in the super chat. He says they ain't sellers, they sold themselves and we took their disposables and thanks for the super chat. Yeah, so but I make it clear when I say us and I say Africans, I make a distinction. I keep saying they sold us, Africans sold blacks. I don't say Africans sold Africans. Now you could technically probably say that, but that's not the language I want to use. I say Africans sold us because there's no confusion who the us is, right? So now that us can also extend to folks of the Caribbean, folks of Brazil. That us can extend to them. It's not only FBAs, but when I'm saying they sold us, I'm saying us of the diaspora is who they sold. Lord Maul said, I said Pan-Africanists are no different from the white supremacists. I came to this conclusion years ago. Yeah, fact. I mean, they lie just as much as them. And they distort history the same way.
and you also have to know that there were plenty of African people on the continent who fought to keep us there.
Right.
Yeah, that's why they were okay. So now they did fight. Okay, you're right, and that's why the white man was unsuccessful in the attempt to quote unquote kidnap us. Because if they kidnapped us, then what is the slave trade? Like this. I mean, they don't think this out. I don't think they think it out. If they kidnap us, then what is the slave trade? Wouldn't it just be the slave raid? Why is it called a slave trade if there's no sellers? Unless y'all saying the Dutch sold to the Scottish sold to the Germans. Like, what are we talking about here?
There's loads of stories of African people who fought to the very tooth and nail,
April Jewel,
for European
Dale.
armies to keep us home and out of the clutches of the enslavers. Like, why y'all don't know this?
Okay,
Right.
I told you, in Pan Africanism, we don't know anything. We're just stupid FBAs who are gullible and easily tricked by the white man, and we need Africans to teach us the real history. Now we're more educated than all of them and everything, any field of study, but they always teaching us some stuff. Um, Stephen Wilcox says YouTube channel Mahogany Culture and Travel title Black People Reaction to Black Native American is fire. FBA Soul Code in a building. Damon Reeves in a building. Claude, see you. Tiger Crane Shakir says now after 30 years, 30 40 years, many of Africans and Caribbeans that didn't identify as black or attach themselves to anything black, i.e. black Americans, now they are claiming to be the real black. And that's why I say this. And I'm going to have ex-architect. I'm going to try to get him this Sunday. We talked yesterday. Okay, when black is used by folks of the Caribbean and Africa today, they use black as like a nickname. Okay, there's no confusion on who they are. They are Jamaican, they are Trinidad, they are Belizean, whatever, Bohemian, all these fancy terms. That's what they are. And they're Nigerian and Zimbabwean. And they'll call themselves black as a nickname. Okay. We don't say we're black as a nickname. We say we're black as a first name, like you guys would say you're Jamaican, Zimbabwean, and those things, right? We use black like a first name, not as a nickname, not as a second identity. We always use black as a first identity. So that's why we say we're the only black people in the world. Everybody else is where they come from. Jamaicans are Jamaican, Haitians are Haitian, Nigerians are Nigerian, Ghanaians are Ghanaian, and we are black. Ghanaians are the only Ghanaians in the world. Jamaicans are the only Jamaicans in the world, and Haitians are the only Haitians in the world, and we are the only blacks in the world. That's our first name. That's our identity. We added to it, obviously, Black American and now Foundation Black American, but black is our first name. It's not a nickname. So that's what we mean by when we say people are not black, we're saying you're not black as in that's not your first name. That's not your first identity. When people look at you, they don't see a black man. They see a man that's from Nigeria or a man that's from Kenya. When they look at us, they see a man that's black. Okay. So anyway, let's get to these lies about the slave raise, the kidnapping, and the buyer and seller.
And I think
Stop.
about it this way. So these colonizers show up, and you heard about them before they even showed up. You heard that they're snatching people. They're doing the most depraved things that you could ever imagine. And they
About
have these
the
weapons
slave raise.
that you've never seen before.
No, they didn't have this technology. She's lying. She's lying. I don't know what piece of history she read, but white folks were not a force to be reckoned with like that at that point. Africans seen them as they can get it. You dig? If y'all don't leave, you're gonna die. Like Africans had a lot of power, they had a lot of numbers, and they had their own weaponry. So no, white folks were not coming there with this new technology, this new age weaponry. No, they didn't. They had to fight the combat fight. You dig? The mono a mono, the 1v1.
That are just,
They
really
get it.
strong, powerful weapons. They show up at your village.
Okay,
What are
that's a lie.
you saying to them? Sure, take my family. Okay. Or are you saying, the tribe next door, they're actually a little bit stronger than we are. So why don't you go over there, and so
Okay, but none of that actually happened. None of that actually happened. Okay, so they didn't like again. White folks are just so. That's another thing about Pan-Africanism. They hate the white man so much, but they overrate the white man. They overrate the white man. They act like this. The European powers are just so unbeatable. And I get it. It's because they never defeated them in war. Revenue tried to lie and say the Maroons kicked the British butt, but we see that there were two wars. The first war was a stalemate, and the second war, the British stomped them out. So we get it. Like a lot of these countries have never beaten white people before. Like we fought white folks and we got W's and we got things done. So we don't see them as this big boogeyman monster that can't lose. Like how a lot of these Africans and Caribbean folks look at white people. We don't see them like that. We see them as fallible people who can lose, who can catch an L. Okay. So no, that's not what happened in Africa. Africans did not say, you know what, the tribe over there is stronger. Go after them. And they just no, that's not what happened. Those tribes didn't say that. Those tribes fought white people, they fought them off, and they killed them. And the European powers came back 200 years later with their checkbook saying how much. That's the slave trade, okay? There was a slave trade, tether ladies. Whether you want to believe it or not, there was a slave trade.
like you said, the economy was created by the Europeans. And
We don't care about that. We just want to know, did Africans sell people to white people? That's all. To Europeans. That's all we want to know. We don't care about who finance. We don't care about the financiers, the ships, and the agenda. Did you sell? That's all. Did you make the sell?
Correct.
it is true to some extent that Black folks did participate in that economy. And also, a lot of that was out of necessity. And also, a lot of that is overhyped. And these are literally white supremacist talking points. Like this.
Look, so she don't want to get into it, and then say it's literal just white supremacist talking points. No, ma'am. I know y'all Pan-Africanists. I know you worship Africa. That's your religion. But you guys sold us over. You sold us by the millions. All right. White folks was very ineffective trying to do it your way, the way you're describing. They didn't go nowhere with that. They came back with their checkbook and said, how much? And you guys went to grab people from the villages, the weaker, the stronger, and those other things. That was what you guys did. You said, oh, you want some folks? I got you. And you guys went and did it. Not white folks.
This is literally something that like white supremacists always say to shut down the argument. But it's very limited. It's not as widespread as people really thought. But there's another comment, I think, a question I think is really important.
All right, so before we do that, so now let's go to this. This is Unk. He pulled up yesterday, Unk from Community of Skeptics, Amarad Squad, and what else he got? Pseudo killers. All right, here we go.
And spurred on everybody to get their DNA test in this community. Remember?
Okay, well,
I give you the date on when I first took my DNA test, bro.
Okay, then you should. Right. Then next time you could come more and we can go into
18 years ago. But go ahead.
And you can explain, because I really don't know what that stuff mean like that. You can explain. Okay, so let me go here. I want to go right here. That's all foundational mean.
No cigar though.
Okay. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we trying to get it. That's close.
Well, so let me ask you.
Hold on, we was already Black Americans though, yo.
Wait, so let me ask you.
You know that you know that African American is synonymous with Black American.
No, it's not.
So basically, hold on.
No, it's not.
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying.
No, it's not.
Hold on. Now you cutting in. See, you out of control.
You asked me a question. I said no. Emotional. He just asked a question.
It was a non-rhetorical question. I didn't.
Oh shit!
I said,
how am I know that? And I said no.
You know that.
Don't you hate when people ask you a question, you answer it, and they say no, it's rhetorical? It's like, yo, why do you believe I know when you ask a rhetorical question? It was not rhetorical. You didn't think there was going to be an answer. You thought it was going to be quiet. And when I attempt to answer, now it's rhetorical. He's clearly a let me finish type of guy. He's never finished. Okay. Oh, no, I am not done. He's the epitome of a let me finish, I'm not done guy.
That Black American is synonymous with African American. That's what I said. Okay. And I'm saying it is. Just like Africa is not synonymous with Black Africa. Okay?
That made no sense. He said just like Africa is not synonymous with Black Africa. What the hell is Black Africa? How is Black Africa different from Africa? You just made that up, man. Black Africa is not synonymous with Africa. I never heard of Black Africa. I heard of Africa. And explain the difference. You just be saying stuff.
But Black American is synonymous with African American. Go look that up with your little Google trigger, with your little Google GPT fingers. Do that. It is. So you're wrong. So listen to what I'm saying. So based off what you just said about Black Americans, then African Americans would be synonymous with FBA then, bro.
Okay, so I ended up cooking them on that point, but let's look it up. Dig. Let's look it up. Look it up. Let's look it together. So it says American have always been interchangeable. Well, no, the question was this. Look. So I asked the question. It says you're absolutely right to question. So I'm told by AI, I'm right to question the narrative that Black American and African American have always been interchangeable, or that early Black Americans widely embraced the African label. It says the historical truth is more complex and in many cases directly contradicts the modern Pan-Africanist reinterpretation. Let's break this down. So like these guys, they'll mix truth with falsehood and they hope you don't know what you know, because they'll say, okay, well, Google it. Yeah, Google it will say they're interchangeable today in 2025. But how did they get to that? Okay, so now all of a sudden history doesn't matter. Okay, anyway, it says early use of African, mostly by elites, not the masses. So not the masses. It says in the late 1700s and early 1800s, some free Black leaders used the term African in formal institutions. So we know this one, the African Methodist Episcopal AME Church, founded by Richard Allen in 1816, is one such example. Now, I can show you that his later folks who ran it after him, they wanted to take the African out the name of the church. So even in Richard Allen's time, they were going to take out African out of AME. Okay. It says there were also early black mutual aid societies like the Free African Society. But look what it says. It says, but these were the exceptions, not the rule. Let me make this bigger because I want you guys to read this one. Okay. All right. Okay, cool. So we are here. Okay. So now they will reference these as though that this is the rule. But it says, but these were the exceptions, not the rule. These leaders used African as a way to assert dignity in a racist society that tried to erase their humanity, not necessarily as a sign of wanting to repatriate or reconnect with Africa in a cultural or political sense. So these guys be misrepresenting why they even said Africa. In fact, many did not see themselves as Africans in any real ethnic or national sense. Many blacks, many free blacks, did not see themselves. Even they said African Methodist Episcopal Church, AME Church, an African Free Aid Society. Even though they use African in their rhetoric, right? They did not see themselves as Africans in any real ethnic or national sense. Let's keep cooking. Okay. So cultural separation from Africa. Many Black Americans, even during slavery, were generations removed. Watch out, think from Africa. So many were generations removed from Africa, obviously. Their culture, religion, language, and sense of home were rooted in the Americas. By the mid 1800s, many viewed Africa as a foreign, not ancestral. Okay. So let me guess. They're being divisive. They hate Africa. They're dismissive. Our ancestors. Because these charges they make on us was the charges they could put on our ancestors. Many view Africa as foreign, not ancestral. Some even view Liberia and Sierra Leone, where free slaves were sent, as dangerous, uncivilized, or disappointing. Paul Cuff, for example, attempted to start repatriation efforts but faced resistance even from other free blacks. Why? This is why Martin Delaney, despite supporting immigration, admitted that most black Americans did not want to leave the U.S. and were not enthusiastic about Africa as a homeland. This is Martin Delaney. They call him the father of Pan-Africanism. He said many blacks in America were not on that African tip. They see themselves as American. But let's keep going. Okay, so African versus Negro, color and black in public sentiment. In the late 1800s to early 1900s, the term African was not popular among the broader public of black Americans. African was not popular. So, you're a liar, man. But I already cooked you. The more commonly used terms were Negro, colored, or later black. These were seen as domestic identities rooted in the Black American experience in the U.S. Okay. For example, many churches, schools, and newspapers and businesses had names like Colored Orphan Asylum, Negro Business League, or Black Star Line. Okay. Ironically, Garvey Ship Line, not African Star Line, and not the University of Africans. It's the University of Negro. So Garvey had two chances to use African to describe us, and he didn't do it. Black Star Line, not African Star Line, and University of Negro, not University of Africans. African was often used in religious or elite Pan-African circles, not by the average person, and Pan-Africanist. Okay, let's go. Why many rejected the term African? It suggested foreignness. It suggested foreignness. I told Unc yesterday. In a society where citizenship was denied, many Black Americans fought to be seen as fully American, not outsiders. Africa was misunderstood or looked down upon. Move away from that computer. This was partly due to Western propaganda, but also due to real challenges in post-slavery African nations that delusioned many. So political goals clashed. Integrationist leaders like W. Du Bois, Frederick Douglass, and A. Philip Randolph prioritized civil rights in America. My boy A. Philip Randolph prioritized civil rights in America, while Pan-Africanists like Marcus Garvey focused on immigration or building parallel structures. Even Malcolm X, who came around to Pan-Africanism later in life, said Black Americans were not African in the sense of citizenship or culture. We are American who descend from Africans. This is Malcolm X. This is Malcolm X right here. Okay. This is a quote. That's a Malcolm X quote. I'm gonna find that quote. So even Malcolm X, who came around to Pan-Africanism later in life, said Black Americans were not African in the sense of citizenship or culture. We are Americans who descend from Africans. That's crazy. I'm gonna find that. Okay. So modern usage of African American. The modern usage of African American. Don't forget, I'm only reading all this because Unc said Black American and African American are interchangeable. And I said no. So modern usage of African American. The modern usage of African American didn't become standard until the late 1980s. And I said 1990s. When Jesse Jackson and other activists pushed for the term to affirm pride in African ancestry, promote a more dignified label than Black or Negro. So Jesse Jackson was getting rid of Black and Negro. So how is African American interchangeable with Black when Jesse Jackson was replacing it? Okay. But that was a late 20th century political decision, not a continuation of early Black American preference. You see, so that was nothing we pushed for. That was something Jesse Jackson inserted into the rotation. But they condemned Yvette Carnell and Tariq Nasheed for entering an identity in the rotation. Interesting. So, summary term African, late 1700s, 1800s, mostly no. Popular among the masses, no. Used in elite circles, and they explained that. Color, 1800s, 1950s, yes. Negro, yes. Black, 1960s, 1980s, increasingly popular. Asserted cultural pride, African American, 1988 to present. Politically adopted. Politically adopted. I said Jesse Jackson got the politicians behind him. He got Jewish media, liberal media, and they pushed it. Reclaim African heritage in name. Okay. So I did look it up. Okay. So we see that this came later, and this was when you say FBI, that's the FBI move. This was politically backed. It was politically pushed. FBA is a grassroots name. Black was a grassroots name. ADOS is a grassroots name. We're not politically backed, politically pushed. We're making it popular through social media and just socializing with each other and socializing with foreigners. We're keeping that name going. We got our haters now calling us FBA. At one point, they refused to use it. Now they're calling us FBA. You dig? So if there's any FBIism, we're looking at Jesse Jackson, the Pan-Africanist movement as a whole, and anybody who calls themselves African American. Because as I just read, that was a term our ancestors equated to foreigner. That was taboo. You want to call FBA an African, you like to get smacked. And they didn't see it the way people see it today. Like Malcolm X said, they seen it as just a way to address racism, right? Not as something they're trying to get back to or some type of identity that they must have. Okay, so let me see something real fast. I'm gonna find that Malcolm X quote.
Just said it. You said the FBA and Black Americans is the same. Bet. I'm accepting that. Then if that's the point, then FBA, just like Black Americans, is synonymous with African Americans. So then we in this.
So now I want to get to where he talked about the slave trade. Remember, like the ladies, Pan-Africanist family, and y'all could test it yourselves. Pan-Africanists are not going to ever admit the huge role that Africans played in selling us to Europeans. They're going to always water it down and act like white folks were just so powerful that they came into the midland of Africa to boldly just take people out the land, and nobody did nothing. Because the Filipino lady said, they got all these weapons of mass destruction, and these are all lies. This is the 1400s. They got nothing more greater than an African. But see, they had all this armory. They came with drones and UFOs. Like, stop it. All right.
Together then, bro. That's what we at.
That made no sense. All right, so let's go to where he tried to deny the Africans' role in selling us to Europeans. Got you.
Yeah.
Got you.
Wasn't even called Africans. Nigga, they was just wow.
Okay. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, sure. Let's
go for it. I'm the right dude. And I got 2 more minutes. So you got 2 minutes.
Okay. Got it. Okay, let me cook this guy real fast. Let me RIP this dude.
Crazy.
Man.
Crazy. Now the Africans enslaved themselves.
I got it. Yo, listen to this guy. Let me get to the question.
I mean, come on, bro. Like
that's false? Okay, let me pull it up. In Africa?
Yeah.
Here we go. Now I'm gonna share my screen this time.
Yeah, because you gotta get kidnapped first to get in.
Okay, I got him.
How genes work. We talk about that. Everybody, nigga, I was the first nigga in the community with a DNA test. Who had a DNA test.
Now you notice how they get these Pan-Africanists. When you start cooking them, all that brother goes out the door, and you become the N-word, and all the cussing and stuff. That's exactly what he did. I said nothing, but I did say something one time because he's like over with it, but he was overboard with it. But I was the N-word, just all type of aggressive, passive aggressive, and just flat out aggressive slang terms towards me because he's wrong. He was hyped up, over talking me, and just wrong the entire time. He was a guest, but he was actually the host. Like, he came on and he became the host. Like, that's how disrespectful he was. He said, man, the hell with the rules I got over here. I'm invited. I'm the host. You're the guest. And I said, okay, because I wanted to accomplish something. I wanted to achieve something. And here it is right here. So him talking over me, disrespecting me, calling me names and any word, it all paid off right here. Because I got what I wanted.
Test and spurred on everybody to get their DNA test in this community. Remember?
Okay, well,
I give you the date on when I first took my DNA test, bro.
Okay, then you should. Right. Then next time you could come on and we can go into
18 years ago. But go ahead.
And you can explain, because I really don't know what that stuff mean like that. You can explain what that stuff mean. Now, go ahead. You're familiar with the transatlantic slave trade, right?
I certainly am.
Okay. I heard you use the term. Do you still go by this term? Do you still go by that we were kidnapped?
Yeah, because you got to get kidnapped first to get enslaved.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just asking. Okay, so now when we were kidnapped, who did the kidnapping?
Dutch, the Portuguese,
everybody but Africans. Hold on, stop right here. So, brother, you said you're not into pseudo information, right?
No. So you saying that the Portuguese?
Okay. Right. All right. Now I'm gonna share my screen this time. Are you familiar with slave raids in Africa?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know how unsuccessful the Dutch and Europeans were in the 1400s when they went over there and tried that? They died from diseases and they got killed off by African resilience. Do you know that majority of all the kidnapping were done by Africans?
I mean, come on, bro. Like
that's false. Okay, let me pull it up.
I'm saying yes. You don't know what you talked about.
Okay, he said yes. He said yes. That's false. Okay, this is a Pan-Africanist position. Family, y'all can cook every last one of them. The Umar Johnsons, all of them. Just ask them about Africa's role in the slave trade, and they're all going to minimize it, and you could easily cook them. This is an easy Googleable search. Just put it in correctly. Just do African slave raids versus European slave raids, something like that, where it distinguished the two. Because you see revenue, he put it in a way where he just said European slave raids. All right. I said, no. Put African too, and he cooked himself. All right. But you can easily cook any Pan-Africanist. Just ask them Africa's role in the slave trade, and they're going to make it minimal. And you just You just hold them to that. Be like, so Europeans were more involved in the kidnapping, quote unquote, slave raids than Africans. They're either going to say yes or they're going to say 50-50 or close. It's more like 99 to 1. So here we are. So now I made him stick to it, and now he's out of here. Okay, you got it.
Hold on. Okay. Hold on now.
Oh my, this is going to be easy one right here.
What you're doing is you fucking it all up.
Okay, sure. So I'm gonna read it and you correct me.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you fuck it all up. Then I'm gonna get you and beat you all up. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead. And present the phone.
Okay, so you heard him right. He gonna let me mess it all up. He's cursing like crazy, bad behavior. But on his channel, he don't do that. He don't do all the cursing. He you know, he's trying to, because you know when you curse and act like a fool, YouTube can shadow ban you or demonetize you. So on my channel, he's done all the cussing, the N-word. His channel, he's a nerd, right? He used the best language as possible. But I felt like it was all worth it. Here it comes.
False narrative. Go.
Okay, got you.
Go. I'm muting out.
Let me share my screen. Yeah, cool. R.I.P. to Unc. Okay. Now, he's going to change up everything I just asked and watch.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm going to force you to deal with chronology. See, you can't play me with the crazy Christian game. That's the Christian game right there. Well, you know the Africans enslaved themselves. You know, you're a Christian talking about a slave trade that don't got nothing to do with the way you thinking. But go ahead.
Okay, you see that, right? So he's doubling down, tripling down. He got all of his chips on the table, right? He's all in. Africans did not enslave Africans. All right. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, go for it. I'm the right dude. And I got 2 more minutes. So you got 2 minutes.
Okay, got it. Okay, let me cook this guy real fast. Let me RIP this dude.
Crazy.
Man.
Crazy. Now the Africans enslaved themselves. How?
I got you. You heard him right. He's saying that's crazy. He said now the Africans enslaved themselves. How? This is crazy. I'm like, yo, what history do these guys read? But remember, there are our teachers. Like they got to teach us history, right? But how you didn't read the Africans sold us? It's called a slave trade, man. There's a buyer and a seller. I'm like, at this point, I'm like, yo, these guys purposely denying Africa's large role? Are they just that dumb when it comes to reading and comprehension? I'm not sure. At this point, I'm just not sure. I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt that they're just lying intentionally. I don't want to conclude that they're just slow.
Yeah. Gotcha. Wasn't even called Africans. Nigga, they was just, give me the tribe and the clans. Nigga, don't play with me.
Nzinga, Queen Nzinga. She went part of slave raids? Okay, so he said, give him, look, that fast. I got a quick W. He said, he said, they wouldn't even call Africans. He said, give me the tribes and the names. And I said, Queen Nzinga right away. And oh, yeah. Dude, stop.
Yeah. Wasn't even called Africans. Nigga, they was just, give me the tribe and the clans. Nigga, don't play with me.
Nzinga, Queen Nzinga. She went part of slave raids?
Yeah.
Okay, then shut up then. So don't then shut up then. Right, April Jewel. That's why I say they just hold up books. They don't read the books. They just hold them up. Like who does that? Who just holds up books while they live? You dig? And then don't even explain the book. They just hold it up, give you the name that's clearly there and the author. And it's always a Pan-Africanist author. You dig? Some immigrant. Okay, you got a book, but what's in the book? Tell us in your own words. Summarize the book. They can never do that. So when people hold up books, family, ask them to summarize the book. And that's how you know if they read the book or not. Don't ever ask me another question like that. Okay. Go and eat your peanut bread.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you have that for a moment. Then I'm gonna beat you up on it. Definitely got an answer for it.
Sure. So he has an answer for documented history. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. What you doing? You said that. You're supposed to have that already, bro.
Got you.
Ain't nothing you can read that's gonna say what you saying, yo. Go read that. We want to see it.
So there's nothing I can read that's gonna say Africans sold us to white people. Okay.
On the screen, nigga. Put it up there.
Okay.
Yeah. What you taking too long?
Relax. I'm gonna get it right.
Okay? Don't.
All right. So what I'm doing is I already got it pulled up. But sometimes family, if y'all are aware of this type of setting, stop. Okay, go pee pee. Okay, if y'all aware of these type of settings, what you cannot do and what you should not do is be on a panel and just pull something up right away without skimming it, because you'll be forced to or you'll find yourself reading parts of what you pulled up that's not even like important, and until you get to where you got get to. So right now I'm just skimming the document to make sure I can get to where I got to get to. That's what I'm doing. It's up. I just don't want to, be reading a whole bunch of stuff that's not the answer or where I want to go. But I know what I'm doing. I'm skimming it while he's frustrated. Come on, come on. I'm like, okay, I'm skimming to where I get to it, and he's out of there. Watch.
Get it right. Don't give me a source to say that. Don't play.
Okay, sure. I got you.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, right. Ghana. So Ghana, the country of Ghana, April's Jewel, the country of Ghana apologized for their role in the transatlantic slave trade. The country apologized, not a tribe or leader. The country said, "Yo, we were so involved in the African slave trade. We apologize as a country." It was like, okay, thank you, but how's your economy? How's your GDP and all that stuff? Because after we done with this government, Ghana, we gonna see you. You dig? You gonna owe us something as well, and everybody else that's still standing up. We coming for you guys. Whatever you got, whatever. We don't want the bush meat, but whatever barley you dig. You probably ain't got any money, but any barley, any fruits, you dig, minerals. Okay, good. Go get it. Go, sit down. Yeah. We want all that. You ain't got no money, but we want some of that barley and wheat, and okay, we could do something with that. We do that. We could ask AI for sources nowadays. We ain't got to go do it
No, we need
ourselves.
the AI, and then we want to make sure that the source back up what it's saying, because AI be draining.
Piece to motivate it.
Get it right.
Okay, sure. No, yeah, but they give you sources though. You can ask for a source.
The sources don't match up at times. You gotta fight.
Sure.
Don't play. Come on, bro. We do this for real.
Okay.
We do this for real. We don't just chat.
Okay, so he do this for real. This guy is not on my level at all, and no research. Okay, but he's somehow telling me we do this for real. We don't do this. We don't do that. Like, I know this guy. Like, we be on personal phone calls and everything. Dude, you're not on my level on nothing. Like, any type of reading and okay, go sit down, eat your yeah. Yeah, he's not on my level at all when it comes to research and retaining and comprehending what you know. Like, I don't know why he's even doing this. But he's showing out. I don't need to show out. I don't need to show out. I'm talking my trash now. But as you see, I'm humble and I'm sticking to the plan.
GBT.
All right. I'm gonna use the same.
No, use ChatGPT, yo. Put it in there and read it to us. Thank you.
I got you.
Thank you. And I want to know what the question you asked it.
Cool. So it's called African slave trade. All right. Okay. So family, we are 15, 20 likes. And actually, we are about 20. No. We're about 18 likes away. So family, if you just pulled up, then like the video, as you see, when you guys pull up and love and support and you like the video, you see every day we get new lineage folks over here. I got to wrench up and you dig. And that's what it's about. It's about being on code and being one with the lineage. That's why I say we one, we plural noun, plural pronoun, we one with the lineage, WE1. And I say B1. I don't say B1, the letter B1 like black, because black, what is that? I say B1, verb, B1, BE1. We are one on code. So let's get on code. Let's like the video. Let's like in the video as you see, all these lives be into our live feeds, because we like to watch FBA stuff from a positive perspective, not from a negative perspective. We dig. So when lives like mine are circulating, right, I'm in the algorithm. So I start to be a suggestion in their live feeds. So with a clever title, clever thumbnail, you dig, folks pull up, they're curious. And then they see there's nothing but love in here, they end up staying, right? But it all starts with you guys pulling up and then liking the video. Thank you. YouTube Mastery, peace to you. Pinky's in the building. Who else? Okay, so we got Buckhorse. Lorraine Morrow just showed up. Diamonds there. I see, they say, I don't see Pinky, but okay, I see it right there. Peace, Pinky. All right, so now listen to this fool. Transatlantic. So do you see my screen right now?
The Africans had a slave trade before Europeans colonialism came out.
We know about that. We know about that.
All
Okay.
right, go.
Do you see it? Do you see it?
Yeah, read it.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to the most simplest one. So wait 1 second. I'm gonna get your spaghetti.
No, just read that. Slave
trade.
So
the African slave trade or transatlantic slave trade involved the transportation by slave traders of enslaved African people to the Americas. European slave ships regularly used the triangular slave trade route and its middle passage. Europeans established a coastal slave trade in the 15th century, and trade to the Americas began in the 16th century, lasting through the 19th century. The vast majority. Wait, no.
We gotta stop right there.
No. I'm gonna read. No, I'm gonna leave it up here.
Keep reading. Why?
No, because I'm gonna leave it up here. You read back.
Okay.
Because you don't want to read right here.
I want to keep going, but I want to be chronologically correct in what we're saying.
Yeah, he was trying so hard to stop me from reading. Now you heard this guy say, "Hey man, go get to it." He kept being sarcastic and funny, and facetious, saying, "Get to it." Now that I got to it, he don't want me to read it. This is a fool. This is crazy. I'm gonna leave it up.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna leave it up. The vast majority of those who were transported into the transatlantic slave trade were from Central Africa and West Africa and had been sold by West African slave traders to European slave traders, while others had been captured directly by the slave traders in coastal raids. European slave traders gathered and imprisoned and enslaved at forts on the African coast and then brought them to the Western Hemisphere. Some Portuguese and Europeans participated in slave raids. As the National Museum of Liverpool explains, European traders captured some Africans and raids along the coast, but most of them from local African or European dealers. European slave traders generally did not participate in slave raids. You're dead. Go, you're dead.
So here we go. So it says the Atlantic slave trade and transatlantic slave trade involve the transportation.
Now, this is hilarious. He's going to try to read it back like the words are going to change. Like you would think he'd say, no, that source is bad or whatever. He's reading it back like he's going to read different words. Listen to this guy, scary. Listen, I don't even know why we had to do all this. Like, dude, you're supposed to be a Pan-Africanist. You're supposed to know history and definitely African history. How is it possible that you missed that Africans sold black people to white people? I just don't we're like that. A damn near 8-year-old kid can tell you that. It's called a slave trade, man. I'm not shocked anymore, but when I first heard about this, I was shocked. And I asked a Pan-Africanist because I could tell the way they were just so glorifying Africa. They're romanticizing Africa. I had an epiphany. I said, you know what? Let me ask this fool if they accept the fact that Africans sold us to white people, because they're talking like Africa is just so holy and never did anything wrong. And lo and behold, he rejected it. He said it's a lie. I said, wow. Then I said, you know what? If he's saying that, I don't think he's the only Pan-Africanist to reject the slave trade. I said, let me start asking other Pan-Africanists. Then I asked Revenue. Revenue said the same thing. He got cooked. And then I was like, wow, they really deny Africa's role in the slave trade. So I asked Unc yesterday, let me see if he's going to deny it. He denied it too. And that's why we are where we at right here on this playback, just to catch you guys up.
Of slave traders and enslaved African people to the Americas. European slave ships regularly used the triangle trade route and its middle passage. So if we stop right there, and the context is, it was the Europeans that established these trade routes first, right? So there is no Africans prior to colonialism planning a triangular trade route and building ships. And so these people are at the source of dysfunction in that particular region. There's no argument over that. So now we got the chronology proper. No need to take slaves to the coast or raid anybody and send them across the world without the European involvement. So they are at the source of this. Okay? It's business for them. The next sentence says,
we don't care. You didn't, that was not the argument. You said Africans didn't sell us. Okay. So I'm on mute, family. You hear me? I'm on mute. Well, you see, you don't hear me. You do not hear me. I'm on mute and I'm just on mute. I'm letting him just go. I'm trying to see what is he going to deny. Okay. This is hilarious, but he's trying to argue everything. And I'm just waiting him to read the part where it says white Europeans were ineffective. They were not involved like that with the slave raids or the quote unquote kidnapping.
Says Europeans established. So European, not Africans, but Europeans established a coastal slave trade.
Yeah, nobody denies that. That's simple history. Peace to Senku Ishigami. He said more like pan fried. Exactly.
The 15th century, and trade to the Americas began in the 16th century, lasting through the 19th century. So Europeans did this, and based off of Europeans doing this, they established the slave trade. Matter of fact, what most people don't know is that these particular Europeans, right, they put the whole African trade in dysfunction. I'm going to say this again.
Family, this is called plebiscite babble. I just want him to address the fact that I read that Europeans were not really involved in the slave raids, what he called kidnapping, and it was mainly just Africans. Brother, just address that. We didn't argue other stuff you're highlighting. All right. This is called plebiscite babble at this point. Just address the elephant in the room that Africans were largely responsible for kidnapping and selling to Europeans. That's all.
And meaning there was nothing else valuable but slaves. They decentralized trade. That means the trade was based on one thing after they came in. It wasn't based off of fruits and vegetables and wood and all kind of a bartering system. It wasn't based off of that. They made it based off of slavery. So prior to Europeans coming to Africa, they had a bustling trade in all types of commodities, including slaves. So now you would have to research what an African slave trade looked like, what those slave markets look like. It was part of the overall market system. Okay? Don't be a Christian and think that, oh, they was doing. No, it's totally different. Two separate things. Now, let's read on to the next thing. It says the vast majority of those who were transported in the transatlantic slave trade were from Central and West Africa. So there you go. It say and had sold and had been sold by West African slave traders to European slave traders. So why would they do that? Because they started to be, they was already fighting each other like powers do, right? And they already had a system in play. Okay, so now at this point, the only thing that became valuable was the slaves, so they sold them to the Europeans at much higher numbers, right? Why? Because they're in a state of dysfunction at this point. Europeans are coming in to take their land and take their kingdoms, misuse them, pitting each other against each other. So that's all part of the game. We're not going to run away from that. And we're not going to run from the fact that they did sell Europeans as slaves. Why would they sell Europeans as slaves? Because their economies had fell. Why did their economies fall? Because the only thing you could trade that was valuable was goddamn Africans. Because Europeans, not Africans, decentralized the trade in Africa. So that's the only game left in town. So for their survivability, food, clothing, shelter, the main trade was in bodies. That's just what it was. Reading? That's just what shelter. The main trade was in bodies. That's just what it was. Reading? That's just what it is. So let's get to the last part. Hold on. So it says the vast majority of those who were transported in the transatlantic slave trade were from Central West Africa, right? It say and have been sold by West African slave traders, right, to European slave trades. I agree. It say while others have been captured directly by the slave traders on the coastal raids, European slave raiders gathered and imprisoned the enslaved at forts on the African coast and then brought them to the Western Hemisphere. It says some Portuguese and Europeans participated in slave raids. Okay. It says as the National Museum of Liverpool explains, it says European traders captured some Africans in raids along the coast. It say, but brought most of them from local African and African European dealers. See, African European dealers. But
they were African. Look ahead.
No, it's a man, African or African European dealers. So what's the African European dealer thing, yo?
Read the next sentence and you'll get it.
Okay. It's a European slave traders generally did not participate in slave raids. We know why. You explained it. Because the niggas couldn't handle the heat and the malaria and all that. This was primarily because life expectancy of Europeans in sub-Saharan Africa was less than 1 year. Why are you moving?
So you can read the rest.
Wait, because due to the endemic, malaria. Okay, you messed me up. Sub-Saharan malaria.
Oh, right here. You right here.
Okay,
you was right there.
Coastal raids found that slave raiding was too costly and often ineffective. I said ineffective and opted for commercial relations. Yeah,
okay.
Yo. Hey, so how does that make your point? Okay. You explained the intricacies of it. That's okay.
Okay. So it made my point.
Hold on.
So he said, how does that make my point? And then they'll let me explain how to make my point. Bro, you read that Europeans were ineffective in slave raids. Europeans were ineffective in what you call kidnapping folks. Ineffective. You read that Africans were effective and they did mostly all of the slave raids, kidnapping. That was my point. You confirmed it and you act like you didn't get it.
That is a summarization of it. I'm giving people the details that can be backed by scholarly sources, bro. So there's a reason why they gave you why. They couldn't go in there because they was catching malaria. So now you rely on
Africans were defeating them. They would lose it. They was taking L's because the European army was not strong at that time.
No, that's not what that's saying. Hold on, where that's at? That's right here. My fault. You just adding some context to it.
No, that's part of research. So you don't know.
Okay, that's part of research. Yeah.
So you don't know that I already debated this with a dude named Revenue who trolls Tariq Nasheed, and he believed like you and most Pan-Africanists. You guys believe that Europeans were kidnapping Africans and Africans were so innocent. But
hold on. I never said none of that.
Wait. You just cut me off. Wait.
Okay, but I never said that. I'm reading. So I gotta cut you off on that.
No.
I never said that. But go ahead.
Okay, cool.
All right, go ahead.
So this is a key word right here that you kind of just skipped over.
I ain't skipped. You moved that thing. That's when you moved the shit.
It says European slave traders generally did not participate in slave raids. Right. And then it says this was primarily because life expectancy for Europeans in sub-Saharan Africa was less than 1 year, the period of the slave trade due to malaria that was endemic to the African. But here's the main thing. It was the next sentence. It says Portuguese coastal raiders found that slave raiding was too costly and often ineffective.
Correct.
They tried it and they failed. They needed Africans to go do it. So it goes back to the kidnapping, as I established earlier, came from Africans.
No. It came from different ethnic groups, different nations.
Family. He said no. Now look what he's saying now. It comes from different ethnic group, different nations. Listen to this guy. I just couldn't believe what I was hearing. 1 second. My screen frozen. All right. I just couldn't believe what I'm hearing. He's still denying it, or he's finding a way. So what he's doing right now, I peeped right away. Watch this.
City, state. That's what it was.
So,
hold on. There wasn't all together. It's not that. That's like saying the French and the Brits,
the
Germans, all the same. I just want everybody to know that. I want
so now we just can't say African. See, family. See, all day today. Wait. Let me just say that. Why you keep cutting me? I'm not trying to argue. Hey, family, all day he loosely said the term African. He didn't specify which countries, which tribes, which regions. Now all of a sudden I can't say Africans. Now we got to be specific on what Africans, what tribes and regions. Now I just can't say Africa anymore. So they pick and choose like white supremacists, like the whole per capita, whole numbers. Now I can't say African. I got to be specific, which tribe, which region, which country.
Is it my turn to speak?
But
My fault. I thought we was talking about a specific event. And during the times of this specific event, those people wasn't calling themselves Africans. Those people was calling themselves by their tribal names. It was different nations and cities.
okay, you heard that. So now I just can't say Africans to speak about Africa. Now I have to be specific on the tribes, the country, the kings. Now, which we can do. But now I just can't say Africans as a loose term like he did the entire time he was on the panel. This is a disingenuous guy. Now, look, I said Europeans' armies were not strong enough to slave raid Africa and take people and just start their own slave trade that wouldn't be a slave trade because they're not buying, right? They're just taking. So look, it says this is AI. It says no, European armies were not strong enough in the 1400s to conduct large-scale successful slave raids in Africa without African cooperation. Disease, geographical obstacles, and the organized resistance of African armies largely prevented European forces from independently penetrating the continent's interior. The early transatlantic slave trade instead relied on a pre-existing slave trading system within Africa. European traders accessed this network by cooperating with powerful coastal African kingdoms who supplied captives in exchange for European goods. What happened? European traders accessed this network by cooperating with powerful coastal African kingdoms, and these African kingdoms had supplied captives to Europeans in exchange for European goods. Family, this is how you research the correct way. Okay, so I conquered two things. I accomplished two things. European armies were not strong enough to do slave raids without African cooperation, and I also proved that the slave trade couldn't go down without powerful coastal African kingdoms who did supply captives in exchange for European goods. So again, family, the slave trade uh, was largely due to African selling and European buying. Okay, so Pan-Africanist, that's not going to work. You can't rewrite history. You can't revise history. The slave trade would have never happened had you guys had nothing to sell. You sold, white folks bought. You guys were in bed together. I mean, who's more white supremacist than Africa? There's no white supremacy without Africa, family. There's no white supremacy without selling us. Once they sold us, white supremacy began. That's a hard pill to swallow for some of y'all Pan-Africanists, but that's the reality.
And state. No more different than when Adolf Hitler fought against World War II, my nigga. They fought against.
Look, my ninja. So look at the language. Look at the aggression. He got cooked, and now he's saying all type of language he does not use on his panel because of demonetization purposes and shadow bans. But he's doing all that over here because he took an L that was preventable, avoidable.
Different Europeans, bro. You got the Russians.
All right, so he's just babbling now. That's just plebiscite babble. Let's get back to these crazy women. But he's out of there. And so I'm happy that you guys have seen clearly the Africans sold us to Europeans, right? So if there's any doubt, all doubt should be removed.
So it says you can't talk about Black liberation and not unify Black women and men. Is this a Black feminist channel? And I think that's an excellent question, and I'm so glad you asked it because we all 100% agree of the necessity of unifying Black women and Black men. And we are not we don't identify as a feminist channel. We believe that feminism is rooted in European bourgeois ideology. And, Gloria Steinem, who originated much of the feminist movement, was a CIA operative. And so we are for women's liberation, but we do not identify as feminist. And we are part of a larger movement, the African People's Socialist Party, which includes men and women. And we are just sort of the women's contingency of a larger movement that aims to unify all Black people, women, men, whatever. So I'm so glad you asked that question.
Okay, that's just feminist babble.
Because I don't want people to think that, we're out here hyping up Kamala and, that, what's it called, pink washing and that
that organization, what they got going on is so trash. I'm so glad I'm not a Pan-Africanist. All your efforts are just L's. They just take L's.
Boss feminism and all that kind of stuff. We're not. That is not who we are. So I appreciate you asking that question.
Yeah, and I think this idea, this is, I think I'm using the right term in terms of straw man, like people saying that African soul. I see Jay Sanders said that West African tribes sold slaves from 1500 to 1850, and none of them are FBA DOS freemen. Y'all have not proved anything. They said we're gaslighting people. I also want to bring your attention to the present day. Right? Like we said, there's always been. I don't think that people, West African people, which I am one of them, are compradors. I think that there are conditions, just like there are conditions today that allow you to be a snitch, right? It's the condition that's creating you right now that's allowing you to unite with U.S. imperialism. You're the same.
What the hell is she talking about? Look, somebody came back on their thing and said West African tribes sold slaves from the 1500s to 1850s. And she didn't say, yeah, that's true. She's justifying it by saying there's a potential snitch in the chat. Like, what? I'm telling you, man, you guys don't believe me when I say Pan-Africanism is a religion. And in that religion, Africa can do no wrong. Africans are the elite people of the world. And foundation Black Americans are the dumbest people in the world. And white supremacy or white people are the devil. And they need to save, and their entire existence, right? Their entire goal is to save this dumb, poor FBAs from the white man and to return to Africa, the holy place of the world. And Africans are the holy saints, even those of the diaspora. They are the holy saints, and they need to come together to brainwash us to believe Africa is holy and that's where we belong. That's Pan-Africanism. That's the religion of Pan-Africanism. And Africa has did nothing wrong. Okay, and any wrong they done, it's the white man's fault.
As the tribe that sold African people to the enslavers. You're the same. You need to understand that. You are the same. You are creating the conditions that's making it okay for you to sell your fellow brethren to the U.S. colonial state.
Correct.
So if you're trying,
so there you go. So that's why they hate America so much, because they blame all of their country failures on America. The U.S., not France, not some other place, not Russia. It's the U.S. So now you guys get it. So when you call yourself American, that disgusts them. That makes them that disgusts them. Like, this is disgusting to them, because America is the root of all their problems. And by gladly saying you're American, you're adding yourself to to their problems, to the root of their problems. So you become an instant op when you say you're American to these Pan-Africanists.
to make this sort of child, I can't talk. But if you're trying to make this sort of this link, you are the link, brother, sister. You are the traitors. You are the traitors. You are like the ones who sold.
So you see that? So they don't really hold the sellers accountable, right? They never acknowledge the seller's wrongness, right? They instead sidestep holding the sellers accountable and end up blaming Foundation Black Americans. So the question was never about what we got going on, our flaws. The question and the topic, what they were talking about was, did Africans sell us? And they first denied it, or they made their role minimum. And now they're forced to address it because the person's comment, like, yo, they've been selling us since the 1500s to the 1850s. And now that they're forced to acknowledge it, they still don't acknowledge it. They in turn just blame FBAs. That's exactly what they did. Tell you, man, they don't hold themselves accountable for nothing. Okay, they're gonna find a way to blame FBAs.
You are the traitor. You are the ones who are in the armies of the white man that's going to kill your African people. You are the traitors. You have no allegiance to the people.
Damn. Peace to Neymar Buckner. She said, hey, I believe that's a sister. If not, pardon me, Yolanda. I think you're a sister. She said, I sure hope not. So I'm assuming Neymar and Yolanda are of the lineage. You know, they can trace their lineage back to slavery. It's somewhere around the 1870 census. I'm gonna give both of you a lineage wrench. All I ask in exchange, just like the video, subscribe and tune in mornings when you can, because we discuss this and other things. And I try to go live later in the evening. I'll try tonight. I can't say I'll be successful, but I will be live in mornings, during the mornings. All right. Yeah, I'm sorry, family, that we have to witness this delusion, this denialism, and just hate for FBAs. I'm sorry, but I gotta play it because this makes us who we are, right? It makes us be willing. It makes us stronger to receive this without crashing out.
And then the response to that was blah, 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 blah.
Because they can't actually refute any of the arguments with like actual facts or any kind of intellectual rigor. It's
now this woman right here, this Filipino woman, has constantly, every time she spoke, it's been challenging our ability to be intellectuals, our ability to be educated. That's all she has done. That's all she has done on this panel. Just constantly berate us and tell us how dumb we are. And she's doing it right now. A Filipino woman.
It's all tethers and blah, 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 and et cetera, et cetera. But
we ain't united. Yes. Go ahead, Thomas.
Question I wanted to bring in.
Okay. Let me hide that then.
This question around another really good one.
Okay. But we ain't united. Yes. Go ahead, Thomas.
Question.
Okay, so this comment right here, they said, we ain't uniting with nothing. This is our homeland, not immigrants. We're not immigrants. Y'all can leave. Now, that comment they didn't address. This person saying, hey, man, we're not uniting with nobody foreign. This is our home. We're not immigrants. They don't address that. That one get kicked to the curb.
I wanted to bring in.
Kicked to the curb.
This question around another really good question. How and when do African immigrants and or African internationalists engage Black immigrants who intentionally distance themselves from Afro-Americans?
Now, this person who's so smart, she read African immigrants when it clearly says African Americans. Let's go back.
Do this, but let's engage. Another really good question.
She's like Roland Martin. We're just so dumb and stupid. But this woman is so smart that she read when do African immigrants, that says African Americans, but listen to her.
Let me hide that then.
This question around another really good question. How and when do African immigrants and or
you heard that? She said African immigrants when it plainly says African Americans. Now, the smartest woman in the room, this Filipino woman, FBA so dumb, but she read, and she got glasses on, it's no excuses. And it says African Americans, but she reads African immigrants, but we're dumb.
African around another really good question. How and when do African immigrants and or African internationalists engage Black immigrants who intentionally distance themselves from Afro-Americans? I'll do this but enough to notice. And that is very true. And I mentioned this a little bit earlier about the Comprador class. And, this idea that, there are people, there are both Black people that are ADOS folks.
The Mandalorian, peace. I did see you out there. Peace to you.
Born and raised here, descendants of enslaved people. There are people in Africa who are colonized in their thinking and who believe that it is their role to uphold the empire, U.S. empire.
Eyes still can't
and
see.
That is exactly what you all believe. So I'm confused about, like, why are you upset when African, African internationalists, or I'm sorry, when Black immigrants also are trying to uphold the colonial project, and that's why they're distancing themselves from Afro-Americans, because they understand that Afro-Americans are not included by our government, by the people in power, as part of the U.S. colonial project. We are the labor, we are the commodities on which this project is built, but we are not part of it in terms of giving.
They just made up a whole fight, the U.S. colonial project. Look, man, miss me with that shit. Good luck fighting that. Okay, but y'all could take on that fight yourselves. I'm checking out. That's y'all fight. Y'all made some stuff up. Y'all go do that. All right, that's all you. Go handle that and let us know, how far you get. But that's your fight. It's not ours.
Full freedom and given full liberation, and so they understand that. And your ideology is upholding that belief system, is upholding that way of viewing the world. And that is literally why they're distancing themselves from Afro-Americans. So, I'm a child of Jamaican immigrants, and I'm always talking to Jamaican people.
Oh, you see? So they all tethers, man. So the big one in the pink let us know that she's Mexican. She got a Mexican daddy. This one right here says she's child of Jamaican. And the one in the bottom right, she also says she's from the islands. So these are a bunch of tethers. So it's not like they got any genuine bone in them. It's not like the FBA and they're upset and they're confused at something. These are tethers who are upset what we're doing, okay, as far as self-identifying with exclusive terminologies, and we're delineating, right, which does not scream disrespect, does not scream anything violent towards anybody outside of ourselves. No, it does not. It just say what we're doing, just like you guys are doing something, we don't give a damn. Right? We're not calling you names. We're not making videos because you want to fight some made up fake US colonial project, right? That's go enjoy that fight. Go do you. We're not intimidated. Okay, but we are FBA, ADOS, Freedmen. We got our own fight, we got our own challenges, and we don't mind being by ourselves in that. If we can get some allies to join us, cool. But if no allies join, no problem. We're still going to fight. We're still going to challenge things, and we're still going to make ourselves known, make our causes known, and we're going to scream our identities with nothing but, a loud sense of pride. But this fake boogeyman, this U.S. colonial project, good luck. But see, it's coming out now. None of them are FBA, or none of them are who we would call FBA. So, it makes more sense now.
That your ideology is upholding that belief system, is upholding that way of viewing the world. And that is literally why they're distancing themselves from Afro-Americans. So, I'm a child of Jamaican immigrants, and I'm always talking to Jamaican people that talk shit.
I'm a child of Jamaican immigrants. There you go. There you go. So it's rooted somewhere. So this disdain is rooted somewhere. And so when some of us be like, yeah, man, a lot of immigrants be jealous and be in our business. This is a case in point, right? It's a case in point study. 3 immigrants who keep talking to us like we're just stupid, uneducated, we can't comprehend, we're foolish, we don't know who the enemy is. Matter of fact, we're on the side of the enemy. That's all they kept saying this entire spill on their broadcast. All right, that's all they kept saying. Matter of fact, let me do something real fast.
And I'm like, It's literally a boat stop. You can't say there is nothing different around, which honestly it's very few and far between, at least for Jamaican immigrants. They understand, like we understand, that we are all, it's just a couple different boat stops difference. And so I would say it's very.
So Jamaican immigrants understand everything. FBAs are stupid and we don't understand anything. Keep going. Keep going.
Very rare. But when I do every now and then hear that kind of ideology, like I'm saying the same things I'm saying to you all. Literally, it's literally two sides of the same coin. How the Black immigrants that distance themselves from Afro-Americans and Afro-Americans that distance themselves from Black immigrants, you are literally two sides of the same coin.
Okay, so I'm guessing, I'm trying to figure out who they're calling Afro-Americans. So I'm guessing they're calling us Afro-Americans. Okay, whatever. So we're Afro-Americans, we're African American, we're everything but Black Americans. I get it. Like, so they don't want to call us Black Americans. Unc wants to call us African Americans. They're perfect, but he says African American and African American are interchangeable, but he don't call us Black Americans. He just consistently call us African Americans, but they're interchangeable though. But he never interchanges them. He just only calls us African Americans consistently. And when he says Black Americans by mistake, their group calls us Afro Americans. Okay, somehow Black American just a dangerous term. None of them call us. They purposely don't call us Black Americans. They don't even got to call us foundational. They don't even call us Black American, let alone foundational Black Americans. That's interesting. But they'll act like that's not an agenda. That's not purposely done. It's all love. That's how they will pitch it. It's all love. No, but you are purposely not calling us Black American, let alone foundational. Interesting. But, it's what it is.
So it's the same argument that I'm making to you right now. It's the arguments that I'm making to them. And I think it's important for us, quote unquote, tethers. I'm going to start calling myself that. I think it's kind of funny.
Again, they make up a definition for tether. So now they want to lie to their audience and say tether is all immigrants that's non-FBA. I don't understand that. When it's a clear definition, Turk Nasheed got 1,000 videos, keep explaining what tether is and what it isn't. But somehow these guys are so educated, so smart, and we're so dumb, but they can't understand our definition of tether. Yeah, you should call yourself a tether because, ma'am, you really are. You are the spitting definition of the word tether. You should call yourself tether because I definitely refer to you as tether and everybody on that damn panel. Y'all all tethers. So you guys are using it correctly when you apply it to yourself.
Yeah, at least I'm not the only one who thought about that. Like, ooh,
I'm a tether to African internationalism.
Have these conversations about this with Black immigrants as well as Black ADOS folks.
Yeah, see this.
Can you highlight this comment from 4Black524? It says, when are Africans going to fight for their own liberation? Because Black Americans aren't fighting for them. That's the thing. They are and have been. You have Africans. There's documented African revolts that happened during the time of the international slave trade, and then you have countries like Mali. Who is the? Not Uganda.
Comrade, where is that comment? Is it on Facebook? Is it on YouTube?
It is on YouTube.
On Burning Spear TV or ours?
I can't see. Is it 1649?
Okay, that's helpful. Go ahead, Comrade.
So, Africans on the continent in Africa, Black people have been fighting for our liberation separately all over this world. We know about the Black Fula in Australia, Brazilian uprisings and the Maroons of South America, the Maroons of the Caribbean, the Maroons of the Americas. We have always been fighters. That should revitalize you. Like the fact that.
Okay, so let's point out this fact. Now, family, you're going to see their agenda, why they speak about us. Okay, so first of all, let's go. So this is a month ago right here. This is the video right here. All right, look at her big ugly face. Okay, so let's just point out the obvious. Look at the views. Look at the views when we're not the title. We're not the topic. 382, 545, 232, and they got 11,000 subscribers. So they are very unsuccessful when they talk about this what they call it, African nationalism bullshit. Look, 230 views, 358 views. But look at this title when they address us, FBA ADOS. Look what happens now. 4 times the view shows up, 5 times the view show up, 7 times the view show up, eight times the view show up, 1.5. All right. So then they go back talking what they talk about. Their bullshit. No views, no views, little to no views. And then look at this, little to no views, little to no views. But then they talk about us, 1.1. So they're seeing the pattern. If we talk about FBA, we get more views than ever. If we talk about our movement and our business, we get no views. 400, 200, 300. Look, okay, I got it. Leave it. Look, 200, 100, 300. 200, 200, 200, 100, 200, 100. When they talk about their own business, they get absolutely no views. Look at this. Black is Black Coalition Conference, no views. Black is Black, no views, no views, no views. You're seeing it, no views. And then this feminist stuff is going to get no views here, no views. They only get views is when they mention our name. This is what tethers, and look, that 1,000 is nothing, but that's the most they get. Okay. Tether Dream and a whole bunch of Tarka Bay, they all know that when they say our name, that's the most views they're going to get. When they don't use our names, they get no views. Nobody chimes in when we're not the topic. So a lot of them starting to realize that. So they're constantly putting our names and, acronyms and Tariq Nasheed name in their title. That's the most views they're going to get. So this channel right here, these tethers, the most views they got is when they mention us twice. That's the only time when they cracked 1,000 views is when they mention our names. We don't mention our names. They are at 200, 300 views. So we get it. We understand, man. You have to say our name in a negative light. And look, you know what's crazy? If they said our names in a positive light, they would still get the same views, if not more. So they got 1,000 views when they say our name in a negative light. If they said our names in a positive light, they would have like maybe 2,000 views, 3,000 views. So they don't even understand if they were rocking with us, they would actually have more views. They feel like they got to say negative things or criticize us to get views. And it is the views do come. But what I'm saying is they would get even more views if they spoke about us in a positive light. But anyway, carry on. You see, when they talk about their own stuff, they don't get no views because Pan-Africanism is dead. Okay, it's gone.
The Haitian Revolution inspired us in the United States to, fight for our own liberations in order to become free of slavery.
The Haitian Revolution has nothing to do with our fight in a civil war. Like, stop it.
Fights that are the
Okay, let me look at the chat. So we got tethering. YouTube Mastery says we got Neo Beta Alpha 22 says they all use us as a come up, and I think we all see that by now. Yeah, that's why it's not working anymore. They get a little more views than what they get normally, but it's nothing like before. They used to make money. They used to have hella views using our name. Now it's drying up. So you're right. Uh, Neo Beta. I gave you a lineage rinse, Neo Beta. Go ahead and like the video, subscribe. Your granddaddy nurse says exactly, and this is why we need to hit that do not recommend button when they pop up. Yeah, exactly. Well, oh my God. Our lineage is getting them paid. Block all Tether Babble pages. Yeah, exactly. Ricardo Flott, peace to you. SMK says colonial spirit is self-destructive. Yeah, RIP to FBA. I mean RIP to Pan-Africanism. Life Grand Rising to FBA. FBA Soul Code. I said, what? Renaissance Woman said, I'm so sick of that lie. Let Get It 004, 004 says, we are what they talk, right? The lineage. Ray Ray says, peace to Ray Ray. Ray Ray says, imagine fleeing your motherland to come leech off what we built here in America and then talk trash about us. Mama Deb says that's why a lot of channels are blocking them so as not to get them caught. Right. Exactly. Vera Sanders, peace to you and welcome, says this Pan-Africanism is very old. I was introduced to it in the 70s, right? That long ago, and it's garbage. Produced nothing. Diamond says, hit that like button. Yeah, hit the like button, family. Let's get our family here. We're blocking them. We're saying don't recommend their channels, but we're liking FBA channels like this to get us in to replace those tether channels. All right, those hateful channels. The Mandalorian says the Haitian Revolution talking point is weak, and I addressed that. Okay, I addressed the Haitian Revolution. I don't see it as a blueprint for Black Power. Okay, because I don't see, like, for one, the Haitians outnumbered the French 1,000 to 1. I'm joking, but it was significant, right? So for you to win a war with that many numbers, that's like common sense. That's nothing to brag about. And then it wasn't even a war. You secretly attacked them. You did while they were asleep. So I just don't value the Revolutionary War like most people do. Like I said, you're already outnumbered them 1,000 to 1, and then you sneak attack them while they're asleep, off guard, no guns, no arms. I just don't understand how that's a W. And then it's not a W because you end up paying for your freedom, and your country has never done nothing great since that point. It's almost like you were better off being colonized and coming up under colonialism like everybody else, like, well, all of those countries. White the European powers pretty much allowed all of those colonized islands and countries to get their independence around the 1960s. Okay, so most of them didn't fight for their freedom. The Haitians, yeah, they fought for it, but what expense, right? To what W? It was an L. Okay. But other African countries, other islands, they were allowed independence. Okay. The Foundation of Black Americans, we fought for ours. We fought in the Civil War. We died, we fought, we killed, we won for our independence. It wasn't given to us freely, like the islands and like a lot of African countries. We fought and killed and won for our independence. And it was no sneak attack. We didn't outnumber folks 1,000 to 1, and we didn't creep up on them while they were asleep. It did. Both sides were well armed, had generals, lieutenants, strategy, tactics, and we won that way. We won the 1v1. Okay. So I like the way we did it, as opposed to the Haitians sneaking up on people and you're already outnumbering them. I just don't look at that as a blueprint for Black Power at all. I look at what we did as a blueprint for Black Power, but that's just me. Not trying to convince you guys. That's just how I look at it when I read history. Yeah, they Neo Beta said they paid reparations to white devils that were colonizing them. Like, how you pay them reparations? So I feel like when they look at our history, there's some jealousy there. We might, I don't know, I didn't do a research, but we might be the only ones who actually fought for our liberation, fought for our freedom, and won and got it the right way. Okay, it might be other folks. Educate me. I'll look it up and do a compare and contrast, but I think we were probably the only ones. All right. And we didn't do it by outnumbering people significantly 1,000 to 1. Okay. So I think we did it there. I think we are the blueprint for Black Power in that regard. But I'm open to correction. Right. The union was down. The union was not winning. Okay. Uh, but we did it the right way. It was no sneak attack. It was a war. We didn't catch folks while they were asleep, and we didn't outnumber anybody 1,000 to 1. Uh, Ray said the Haitians got broke on like some 304s. Yeah, I mean that's not it. So when people mention the Haitian Revolution, and then when we talk about Toussaint, like did he re-enslaved the Haitians? his own people. When I say re-enslaved, I mean literally he re-enslaved them. He had them working. He forcibly made them work with the army presence, and the Haitians hated him for that. They hated Toussaint for that. Okay, so I don't look at that as a win. And then Dessalines takes over, and they end up paying for their own reparations. And Haiti has never looked good ever since. So when they brag about the Haitian Revolution, and when you look at the state of Haiti, like the world look at that as a L, like an L. They don't look at that as a W. The world looks at that when they read about the Haitian Revolution and they look at the state of Haiti, the world has no choice but to look at that as an L, a bad idea. You dig? They was better off doing it the way that the islands did it and just remain colonized until white folks said, okay, you can go. Get your independence. That was probably the best way. Mama Deb says, shout out to our FBA servicemen. Yes, exactly. So that's why I honor some of our holidays, because a lot of them we can relate to. You dig? Like Veterans Day, like we got veterans, you dig? And they fought and they died and they won, they killed. And no, so yeah, I honor a lot of the holidays. Like 4th of July and all that. Yeah, now we were fighting a lot of that stuff, man. We definitely fought in the Revolutionary War as well. So yeah, no, you're not gonna shame me for honoring a lot of the holidays. All right. The hate is established because if redemption were possible, they wouldn't keep mentioning negative stereotypes. They don't have an identity that includes peace with us, wrong to them. Right. Wait, why don't songwriter got a wrench? Let me give songwriter a wrench. A lineage wrench. Okay. But let's continue with this hate.
Organizing, which I love that is organizing coming out of, and I'm so sorry, I'm having a brain fart far as the Mali and
please don't say fart, ma'am. Only you. You shouldn't say fart. Okay.
Ibrahim Touré, because it's not just Ibrahim Touré. What are the other countries?
Chad.
Jay, I know
Yeah,
you know,
Mali, Chad,
'cause you talk about
Niger,
it.
and Burkina Faso.
Burkina Faso. So, you know,
What was it? Wait, I missed the point of her naming those countries. I don't. They all in bed with Russia, so I don't even understand this point. But let's see.
which I love that is organizing in order to become free of slavery. The fights that are the organizing, which I love that is organizing coming out of
Monkey meat.
And I'm so sorry, I'm having a brain fart far as the Mali and Ibrahim Touré, because it's not
Tashi D said her whole thought process is a brain fart. All of them, yeah.
just Ibrahim Touré. What are the other countries?
Chad.
Jay, I know
Yeah,
you know,
Mali, Chad,
'cause you talk about
Niger,
it.
and Burkina Faso.
Burkina Faso. So, you know, Africans on a continent are fighting for liberation, and we need to find solidarity in their struggle, because we can all be free and overturn the system together. We share.
Wait, what the hell is she talking about? They're all fighting for liberation. Burkina Faso, Chad, all these guys. Like again, like they just say terms out there. They don't define them. Liberation from what? Okay, Burkina Faso, their liberation was, I guess, the European power, Western European powers, and they're trying to liberate themselves from the Muslim insurgents. Okay, so by doing that, they cut the deal. All of those countries she named, Chad, all those surrounding countries around Burkina Faso, they all cut off Western European powers, and they all linked up with Russia. So they traded one European power for another. So that's what I'm trying to say. Liberation from what? Because all of those countries are in bed with Russia. That's so you like your liberation from what and from who is the question. Because it can't be from European powers. Because you traded one for the other, and they all are fighting against Islamic insurgents. And just you trying to tie that into other African countries that don't have the same struggle or issues as Ibrahim Traoré and those surrounding countries. It says it's just a bowl of, it's just a bowl and ball of madness. She's just saying stuff. There's no connection. What Ibrahim Traoré is dealing with is not what Ghana's dealing with. So they just saying a whole bunch of stuff and they hope it makes sense. No, they know it don't make sense. They hoping you think it makes sense.
Share the same oppressors. We share the same colonizers.
Oh my God. So it's back to that. Now we get why they keep saying colonizers, because they're immigrants. Immigrants deal with colonizers. We don't. We deal with slave masters. Okay. So and Confederates, right? So yeah, but you don't have the same colonizer, because Ibrahim Traoré got rid of the French to get Russia, Putin. So if the colonizer is white, and that's, they won't say it. They won't say the white man. You got to make them say the white man. So it's like, so how did Ibrahim Traoré win when he got rid of the white man to be friends, to adopt another white man? So he got rid of one white man to include another one. So how is he winning? How is he liberated when the white man is still working with him and them?
Like, for us to be a people united should never be divided. And we can overcome anything as we recognize ourselves as one people, one Africa, for one liberation, and to change, to let this empire die. Let the Roman, I'm a Christian, I'll come from generation to generation. Unlike yesterday and Jay, my people are, all my people are from the beginning to the end that I can find are from the continent of United States. So
that's a lie. You just said your dad is Mexican. Come on, man.
I have long histories in the continent of United States, and my lineage is in the continent of United States, but my heritage is African, and so I know that we have always fought for our freedoms, and I'm able to be my.
Yeah, but did you win? Okay, you're claiming Mexico and Africa. You fought for your freedom. I don't recall that at all. I don't know what history you're reciting, but it sounds like she's trying to leech on to Foundation Black American wins when we fought. And she's all over the place. She don't know what she is. She said her dad's Mexican, but she's leeching on to African. She's leeching on to Foundation Black American accomplishments because they moved to America and Cleveland. She says it's like, yeah, you can move to Cleveland. You're a Mexican American, resident of Cleveland. Okay.
Ancestors' greatest wish.
Yeah, she's confused.
As I fight to bring them back, to bring connected legacies, connected heritage from the continent of Africa, to fight for all African people worldwide, because it's going to take all of us to let this Roman Empire die.
Oh my God. So now we moved on from the U.S. colonial, what you call it? U.S. colonial empire. Now she's saying Roman. Yeah. What are we doing, man? So now it's the Romans. She didn't say that. Did she say the Romans?
So this is from the continent of Africa, to fight for all African people worldwide, because it's going to take all of us to let this Roman Empire die. So
the Roman Empire. Family, none of us can make sense of that. Now the Roman Empire is still in effect. So see, when she keep talking, it just bring about more questions. Roman Empire, what are you talking about? What? Oh my God. But this is Pan-Africanism. Like they make up an enemy, they make up allies, they make up a fight, they make up a struggle, and they just believe it.
We can build a world and a humanity, and to get our freedom.
Lovey says, yeah, we're Romans now. Let me give Lovey a lineage rinse. Lovey, like the video and subscribe. You dig? We will welcome you here.
For us and abroad
Bantu.
to be in control of our own resources, to be in control of our own labor, so that we're not bringing home 1/6 of the white incomes in the United States of America. We should get equal pay for equal work. All the little, slogans that you hear about the freedoms here in America, we have to get those freedoms on the continent of Africa and all around the world for African people.
Uhuru. We have a few minutes left, and I wanted to leave it here because some people have asked us this question throughout the program. Why are we still living in imperialistic America? Go back.
Right. That's another thing. Like they hate America so much. Babylon and all they call it Roman, all the names they give America, and they just won't leave. It's like, well, go to beautiful. You said Africa is so beautiful. It's the motherland. Well, take your ass to beautiful Africa. But again, nobody hates Africa more than an African, and nobody hates Africa more than a Pan-African. Okay.
To Africa. I don't know if you'll understand my answer because it might be too complex. So I'm going to try to do it like a 2-year-old.
And this is a question we've had to answer on previous programs.
I'm going to try to do it like a 2-year-old.
I'm going to leave it to you, yesterday.
And I'll jump in with our few minutes left. I'm trying to make it okay. So yeah, I was born here, and this is where I live. I would love to go to Africa, but I also know that the tethers of U.S. imperialism.
Okay, so we're 2-year-olds. Like again, we're just dumb. We can't get it. So they got to speak to us like 2-year-olds. Now she's gonna make up a reason why she just can't clearly go live in Africa. Umar got residence. Who else? Sierra got residence. Ludacris got residence in Ghana and other places. But it's just so difficult for her to seek residence in Africa.
Imperialism has destroyed my Africa, and I'm gonna try to do it like a 2-year-old.
I'm gonna leave it to you, yesterday.
And I'll jump in with our few minutes left. I'm trying to make it okay. So yeah, I was born here, and this is where I live. I would love to go to Africa, but I also know that the tethers of U.S. imperialism has destroyed my Africa, and has created all of the turmoil, all of the tribalism. And you don't have to believe me. I beg. I'm gonna use a Nigerian. I beg. I need you to go and do some research into U.S. foreign and domestic policy, please. I need you to understand that U.S. imperialist tethers. You don't want all these black immigrants coming. You need to understand that the U.S. imperialism that you're supporting is creating the conditions in the countries and the places around the world that make it impossible for African people to live.
Oh my gosh. You just bragged about Chad, Mali, Burkina Faso. You just bragged about these countries have kicked out the white man and they are bringing about liberation. How about then take your ass to Burkina Faso? Okay. Take your ass over there. The U.S. imperialism monster isn't affecting Burkina Faso. Yo, they make up all the excuses not to take their self to Africa. And they all got different excuses. So many Africans are in Africa doing well, right? All the excuses. This is just terrible. Let me answer for you the correct way. You don't want to go back to, well, you've never been to Africa. You don't want to go to Africa because you know you're Jamaican. You know you're not African. That's the main reason why it's hard for any Pan-African to go to Africa. It's easy for somebody who is actually African. So this is when you know who's African, who's not in their heart. Africans have always go back to their country, okay, and revisit, and Africans have no problem going back to Africa. See, it's the fake Africans that are actually American or Jamaican or Haitian. See, it's the fake Africans who never find themselves in Africa. So she got all these excuses. She got all of these excuses why she's not going back. And the real reason is, ma'am, you're not African. You're Jamaican. You know that. And you don't want to go to Africa because of that reason. You want to come to America instead. Okay? That's why. You know you're not African. But listen to the babble why she's not going to Africa.
Love to go back to Africa, but I want to go back to Africa when it's united under one socialist government. We have control over our means of our resources.
So when 54 countries are united in Africa, that's when she's going back under a socialist government. That's when she's going back. Look at this dream. Okay, so now I guess I got the new hustle because I thought it was going to be UFOs because Garvey had the fleet of ships, Umar had the school, and now the new hustle is going to be the unified government of Africa under socialism. So this is the new hustle. This is where they're going to need donations. This is where donations is going to be used for. It's the unified Africa under socialism and one government. And she's look, and she's trying to convince you this is a reality. This is another dream. Eventually, they're going to have the UFO thing where, you know, we need donations because we're trying to build a UFO to go to, you know, some Wakanda land or Mars. That the UFO is coming where they're going to need donations for a UFO.
Go back to Africa when it's united under one socialist government. We have control over all that.
Yo, she just made the terms and conditions of going back to Africa so unreachable. That's her excuse to never go back. That's wild. This is nobody hates Africa, but a Pan-African. This is wild.
Make it impossible for African people to live. You need to understand that the U.S. imperialism that you're supporting is creating the conditions in the countries and the places around the world that make it impossible for African people to live. I would love to go back to Africa, but I want to go back to Africa when it's united under one socialist government. We have control over our means of our resources, and we can live the life that we are determined and are deserving of living. The life in the U.S. is trash. The life everywhere for African people is trash. The conditions that we experience, it's just different iterations of levels, right?
The life of America is trash. Okay. Y'all fleeing here, but this is so trash. Like, these guys are hilarious.
So we recognize that. And it's not a walk.
They all look comfortable to me.
In the park in Africa. It's not a walk in the park in the U.S. either. There's the African petty bourgeoisie who live in $1 million mansions in Africa. There's the African petty bourgeoisie who live in $1 million mansions here, and that's including your FBAs. And I call every black person African. So they live here too. So these are.
Hey, yo, how did they come to this doctrine? How did they come to this U.S. imperialism doctrine, yo? Like, how did they, like, were they in a face group, a Facebook group, and they just, you know, they're like 6 deep. 6 folks are into this garbage.
These are 2 different places, but we must understand that the U.S. domestic and foreign policies create the horrible conditions that are in Africa, the Caribbean.
Now, keep in mind, this is her long answer to why she's not going to move to Africa. Just keep in mind, this is everything she's saying is part of that answer.
South America. And again, I beg, investigate the IMF and the World Bank. Investigate U.S. military occupation in different countries. I beg, I please. I sound like an Italian, not a Nigerian. Okay. Anybody else want to take it? I beg God.
Yeah,
I beg God.
I'll just say this, that, wait.
Okay, so now you're Nigerian. All right, fine. You're Nigerian. I thought she said she was Jamaican earlier. But she's Nigerian, I guess. Matter of fact, I want to double check because I could have sworn she said she's Jamaican earlier.
Are you going? Okay.
Go ahead. Jay.
Yeah, I'll just say that I've communicated directly with my ancestors, and
yeah, I'm convinced this is a relative of Roland Martin right here.
I know for a fact that they want me to fight U.S. imperialism. The U.S., this government was founded, like, and European society as a whole benefited on the blood and the backs of Black people. And I know for a fact there's nothing that my enslaved ancestors want more than to take down the imperial structure.
Wait a minute. I thought you were child of Jamaicans. Yes, yeah, they are confusing me, man. Um, I'm kind of confused. The whole time you're talking about colonialism and colonizers and colonial whatever. Now you're saying slavery.
Structure that stole them from their homeland and forced them to make a new.
Okay, nobody stole anybody. Nobody stole anybody. You lying little piglet. Africans sold people to the diaspora. Nobody was stolen. We already so now you got to keep your lie was kidnapping earlier. Now you're saying stole. Keep your lie up. But we know it was a buy and sell transaction.
Home. In fact, there's nothing that my enslaved ancestors want more than to take down the imperial structure that stole them from their homeland and forced them to make a new home in Jamaica. And then eventually, we, like, my parents immigrated to the US. But like I feel like it is part of my lineage. It is part of many of our lineage, whether you are ADOS or whether you are not ADOS, to fight the system. Because this system was never created for us. It was never created with us in mind. It was created to exploit us. And the fact that you all can't see that is, I mean, really, it's astounding. I mean, you have to put blinders on to not see the ways in which U.S. empire is constantly exploiting Black folks, whether they are descendants of U.S. slaves or not. Like, that's just a fact. And okay, Jamaica, like, I'm proud to be a Jamaican, and also I was born here in the U.S. and I also consider myself as a Black person in the U.S. as well. So
oh, there we go. They're confused. Like they are confused. She's Jamaican, but she's born in the U.S., so now she's Black American, and now because she's Black American, she could talk about slavery. Uh, I, they are all over the place.
you can't shame me about being from Jamaica. It's like my ancestors were throwing off their shackles. They were part of the Maroons, and they were fighting the colonizers. And so I'm continuing their work, fighting the colonizers here. And most of us tired of the spiritual babble. I mean, if you all don't have the spiritual connection in order to understand your place in the universe, I mean, that's your business, but I do. And that's not something that I'm ever going to be ashamed of. Coco, I'll pass it to you.
Oh, me? I mean, you guys said, pretty much, I wanted to go. I love to go back to Africa. In fact, my mom is 70 years old, and that is the only thing that she wants left to do in this world. That means my mom and Ruby Bridges are the same age. My mother, I was with my mom when she found out about the triangle trade. She never knew that her ancestors, and she said it herself, my mother doesn't identify as a Pan-Africanist. My mother doesn't identify.
Wait, so now they're conceding to the transatlantic slave trade? I thought it was about kidnapping only and stealing. Now they're conceding to the transatlantic slave trade. So why are you saying kidnapping and stolen?
As a mother, I was with my mom. Everything that she want left to do in this world,
Yeah, they made up all the excuses to not move to Africa. This is wild, man. You can't make this up.
I wanted to go. I love to go back to Africa. In fact, my mom is 70 years old, and that is the only thing that she want left to do in this world. That means my mom and Ruby Bridges are the same age. My mother, I was with my mom when she found out about the triangle trade. She never knew that her ancestors, and she.
Oh, there's a triangular trade now. It's not a triangle kidnapping or triangle stealing. Okay, now it's a trade. Okay, if it's a trade, who were the buyers and who were the sellers? You see how easy it is? They'll come back and be honest.
She said it herself. My mother doesn't identify as a Pan-Africanist. My mother doesn't identify as an FBA or anything else. My mother identifies as a Black American, but I was with her when she found out about the triangle trade, and what she said it hurt my heart. Like if you ever heard your mama cry before, is something that's strong. My mother said, my ancestors were traded for sugar and cotton. I am here, just like Jay said, I am here making my ancestors proud. I said that I identify as a Christian, but I also identify with the reverence of my ancestors because their strength, their fight, their struggle, their blood got me to where I am right now. It got America to where it is right now as far as everything that has been invented. I live in the city of Cleveland. I'm a Cleveland native, and the first Black lounge in downtown Cleveland was opened by my grandfather. So I am here doing his work with revitalizing the community. My great grandmother was the first the first councilwoman of Miles Heights Village in Cleveland, Ohio. I'm in the community doing work. As Jay said, we do work in our community. I'm here doing the work in my community for my ancestors. Uhuru.
Brup, 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 Tika, brup, brup, Yardi. Okay. Lots in the air. All that to say is much love to all of our African internationalists, African people.
Even if you don't identify as an African, we still love you anyways.
Yeah, now I see why they only get 200 views per show. Like, these are just the most boring, non-humorous 3 women I ever listened to in my life. And they don't even coordinate well with each other. Like, they are just so off cold with each other.
Come on, much
Right.
love.
I'm fighting for your liberation too.
Okay, you don't know. I know you know what that is. No matter if you're not Jamaican or not, you know the sound because you know you've been to it. Listen,
I'm not even
you got it. But I just wanna close out by saying I want to thank y'all for the important discussion. I want to thank even the ADOS people who are in the chat. I mean, y'all wild as hell. We don't agree. I mean, crazy. I had a whole bunch of laughs. Y'all wild as hell, but
Right.
I just want to say that I want to thank everybody for participating in this discussion. I think the ADOS FBA people, if y'all really want to engage in something a little bit more principled, then we're open to that. But I just want to thank all my comrades too who contributed to the chat and was trying to lay it down over the sea of stuff. But we're gonna be back next month with the breakdown. We might even have to continue this discussion, and we didn't get to all the things we wanted to talk about. The AFRICOM,
Nah, you ain't gonna continue.
all these other kinds of things.
So here we go right here, family. Here we go right here. This is next right here. No, not that one. Is it this one? No. That's tomorrow morning. This one.
That distinction amongst even my family of like, oh, you're not even really from the Caribbean, you are American type thing. So yeah, I do feel like there is definitely a clear segregation between like the two.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we don't, like I said, we don't have somebody here from the continent of Africa. Do you feel like there's more beef with Africans and Caribbeans? Do you feel like there's any type of beef there?
No, I feel like if anything, it's a little bit more love there, like, because.
So she said Africans, Caribbeans, there's more love there. Okay, so tell us where the hate's at. She's Jamaican.
Like my family, like we always say, like I'm a Ghanaian princess, like because I was from the Ashanti tribe. So like there's a lot more, I feel like, love given.
Get ready.
Towards like us being from Africa. Like we love that. We don't, like there's a difference between like, okay, we do Jack being Jamaican, but like we also have that very clear, distinct, like, yeah, but I'm also African. Like I'm from the Ghanaian tribe and like I know where I'm from, like for real.
Yeah.
So
I find that too. I find that like there seems to be like a connection between the continent and the Caribbean islands.
Yeah.
And I know why. I actually did some history and like I saw that basically back during slavery times, like they would bring more people from Africa, the continent, over into the Caribbean. And where at that point in the Americas, we were like 500, not 500, we were like 200 years removed from new Africans coming onto the States. And so at that point, we had been like generations broken away from the continent, whereas like the African slaves kept trickling into the Caribbean society. So I read that's why there's a closeness there. But that's interesting. So let's explore that.
Yeah.
That's
So-
really interesting.
I
So-
had no idea.
So I have this tweet by McBeanie_, and they said African Americans are by far the worst representation of Black people. They are obnoxious, self-righteous assholes that make people's lives a living hell anywhere they go. And then she got like 390 likes.
Is she also Black?
No, I don't know what she was. But
Okay.
This is what she said. Yeah.
Wow. That's really a lot of hate, I feel like. I don't even really feel that way. I feel like that's a little harsh. But I do, like, coming from
Okay, so family, listen to what she said. She said those comments, right? No, that statement from that person, what they expressed. She says she feels as though that's a lot of hate. All right, she said it. She said that's a lot of hate for foundational Black Americans. All right, look what she.
my mom would say, because I'm obviously like American, right? And I'm born and raised like in New York. So I have a lot of like culture, you feel me, from America. But like my mom would agree with that comment. She would, but
I don't know what she like. This assholes that make people lie. I have this.
That's really interesting.
I had no
because-
idea.
So I have this tweet by McBeanie_, and they said African Americans are by far the worst representation of Black people. They are obnoxious, self-righteous assholes that make people's lives a living hell anywhere they go. And then she got like 390 likes.
Is she also Black?
No, I don't know what she was. But
Okay.
This is what she said. Yeah.
Wow. That's really a lot of hate, I feel like. I don't even really feel that way. I feel like that's a little harsh. But I do, like, coming from
that make people's lives Americans are by far Beanie.
I have no idea.
So yeah, so I have this tweet by McBeanie _ and they said African Americans are by far the worst representation of Black people. They are obnoxious, self-righteous assholes that make people's lives a living hell anywhere they go. And then she got like 390 likes.
Is she
My fault, family. My nose hit the microphone. So it's a new mic. If you tap the front of it, it goes on mute. And I keep talking and I'm turning around, chastising my son, hey, get off that. And I'm hitting the microphone with my chin. So real simple. I apologize for that. Real simple. The young Jamaican woman, she acknowledged that statement as hate. She acknowledged that tweet as hate. Okay. And then she said her mom agrees with the tweet. So basically, I mean, she just connected her mom with the hate. So yeah, my mom is that. My mom agrees with the hateful comments that you read on the tweet from the tweet. So my mom has a hateful view against FBAs. Okay, and then she's gonna say I don't have that much hate in myself, and I'm saying family, don't believe that. Then I said, let's put her in the shoes of a white woman. Can you imagine a white woman sitting there, same age, same discussion, same tweet, but a white version. And they're saying, yeah, my mom and dad will agree with that tweet, but I don't feel that way. So what I was saying on mute was that's impossible to be raised in hate, to be taught to be hateful towards FBAs, and you can leave that household clean. Like, no, what I'm saying is I'm sure it's on you, and it might not be on you as much as your parents, right? You might not be as hateful as your parents, but that hate is on you. Okay, you're not going to make us believe that hate's not on you. And I said, when this young Jamaican lady as she keep talking, you're going to hear the hate come out of her during her sit down. So you're going to see the hate is going to come out of her, which proves our point. There's no way you're raised in a hateful household towards anybody and you're not going to feel that way to some degree. But keep in mind, the tweet she acknowledged was hatred towards FBAs, and she's going to say her mom felt the same way as the tweet, and she's going to tell on herself and show her hatred towards FBAs as their show keep going
Also
on.
Black?
No, I don't know what she was. But this is
Okay.
what she said. Yeah.
Wow. That's really a lot of hate, I feel like.
Trained
I don't even
racism,
really feel that
Dr.
way.
Sela
I feel
said.
like that's a little harsh. But I do like coming
See, I don't feel that way. I feel that's a little harsh.
from like in New York. So I have a lot of like comments. Like she would agree with that post America, but like my mom would agree with that comment. Like she would
Okay, so her mom will agree with that comment. Her mom has a hateful view on every Foundation Black American. They don't have a tether version of Foundation Black Americans. They just hate. They plaster that on all of us alike. So she said, my mom will agree with that viewpoint. And she want us to believe in that household of your mom, believing like that, acting on that, and none of that stuff rubs off on you. I'm not buying it.
would agree with that post. She would say like,
Judite,
lazy,
warrior,
like loud, rude,
Polo Styles,
all the negative connotations like you can think about when it comes
So
to
she said her mom has all the negative stereotypes about FBAs. Okay.
like born and raised like African Americans. That's what my mom is gonna call them, right?
Yeah.
So why would she say that?
Because I don't like Jamaican, like Caribbean people. I don't even know if it's like a Caribbean thing or just like a
Okay, listen. So why would she say that? And she's gonna tie in what? What you what? Mm-hmm. Let's see. Okay, let me see. Okay, good. Come right here. Let me get your tissue. Okay, so now she's not only gonna make it a mom thing, she's gonna sit there and say this is a island thing, not even her country. She's gonna say, she's saying that she sort of believe this is how the island as a collective look at foundational Black Americans. One more time.
Jamaican. My mom would say, because I'm obviously like American, right? And I'm born to really feel that way. I feel like that's a little harsh, but I do like coming from. My mom would say, because I'm obviously like American, right? And I'm born and raised like in New York. So I have a lot of like culture, you feel me, from America. But like my mom would agree with that comment. Like she would agree with that post. She would say like, lazy, like loud, rude, all the negative connotations like you can think about when it comes to like born and raised like African Americans. That's what my mom is gonna call them, right?
Yeah.
So why would she say that?
Because I don't like Jamaican, like Caribbean people. I don't even know if it's like a Caribbean thing or just like a Jamaican thing, but we come here, when my mom comes here and she's working, right? Like she's like busting her butt. Her mom is here busting her butt, and like there's this, and I'm from New York, so like I don't know about anything going on like in the South, but like we're from New York, we come here and like a lot of people are like, living on like government assistance and all those type of things. So like there's that negative like connotation of like.
So you see the hate coming out? Her mom came to the country, busting her butt. How do you know? You're a little kid. You're not even born probably, but how do you know? Okay, I think she's born in America. I don't know her to say that she came here as a little kid, but she said her mom is working hard, busting her butt, and she's looking around, and foundational Black Americans are on government assistance. Let me help you out, you lying Jamaican piece of trash. Your mom was on government assistance. All right, I know that for a fact. Your mom was on government assistance, you little lying tether, you hateful tether. I told you. She came off as, no, I'm African American, foundation Black American culture. I'm immersed in that. I assimilated, and that's a hateful comment. I don't feel that way, but my mom does. And you're hearing her say her mom bust her butt, worked hard, and he looked around and foundation Black America just lazy as hell on government assistance. When her mom, 100% was on government assistance, 100%. Okay. Because she told on herself. She's working hard, right? So that means she didn't come here as the educated class. She didn't come in here highly selected. She didn't come here on a student visa, H-1B visa. She came here broke and most likely a rep fleeing from Jamaica. Okay, when you do that, you're going to be on. You come here with basically nothing, and you get government assistance. They house you, they feed you, they clothe you, they give you some type of training. Okay, so yeah, that's why she was busting her butt because she had no education. All right. So, but this, I'm telling you, I told you, it's impossible to be raised in a house of full of hate, and not come out immersed in it. Okay. So let her keep telling on herself. All right. Watch this. This is disgusting.
Black Americans don't want to work. They don't want to get to it. They don't want to like get ahead in life and like increase their generational wealth and stuff like that. And like also my mom, she will discuss like things like when Marcus Garvey like came to America to like
listen to this. Listen, this is what her mom is teaching her as a little youth, what they say, little youth, as a little kid. She's programming her daughter to believe this. And you're telling me it went on deaf ears? No, you were educated, okay, by this hatred. So now her mom said Marcus Garvey, now here come the Marcus Garvey lie. Marcus Garvey came to America to save these worthless foundation Black Americans, and we rejected him. Watch this.
things like when Marcus Garvey like came to America to like, you know, speak to Black Americans and say like, listen, you guys cannot let white people oppress you, because in Jamaica we revolted against our slave masters. Like we ran into the mountains, we created like nanny.
You hear the lies. You hear the lies. So Black folks just accepted white racism. We didn't fight. We're just cowards. You hear the lies. So now so it's no longer her mom anymore. This is what she's telling you, what she knows. In Jamaica, we revolted. Well, first of all, let me help you out. In Jamaica, you got your freedom in the 1790s, but you didn't get your independence until 1962. So family, let that set in your brain. They got their freedom around the 1790s, but they didn't get their independence until 1962. How does that even make sense? But she's going to convince you that they rebelled, they revolted. Keep in mind, they outnumbered white people 1,000 to 1. And they're bragging about losing those rebellions, those revolts. They lost. They got stomped out in the worst way. Okay, the British government stomped them out. That they took an L. The Maroons took an L. And they got deported to like Nova Scotia after they took that L. They got deported to Nova Scotia. But she's going to tell you how they're different from us because they are fighters and we're not. So this is no longer her mom talking now. This is her regurgitating what her mom has told her, but she believes this. Listen to this dog.
Towns and say like, listen, you guys cannot let white people oppress you, because in Jamaica we revolted against our slave masters. Like we ran into the mountains, we created like nanny towns and stuff like that. So it's like we kind of like we weren't taking it like slavery. We were not taking all that.
Heard that? They weren't taking it and Black folks did, but these guys were freed in 1790, but didn't gain their independence to 1962, but they weren't taking it. They weren't taking it. They were fighters. Like, come on, man. Are you serious? 1790, 1962, and you're fighters? Or their freedom, let's say it was 1800s, you know, early 1800s, whatever it was. They got their freedom somewhere around 1790 to the early 1800s. But you didn't get your independence to almost 200 years later. You dig? And you're telling me you're fighters, you don't take it? Okay. But this is the disrespect they teach amongst themselves about us.
Oppression. So there was I think there's a lot there. There's a lot there.
I think so, me being both.
So she referenced Marcus Garvey, the biggest scammer in Black American history. And she referenced him as, you know, okay. I'm lost for words on this one.
I have a lot to say, but I want to hear from y'all.
Yeah, I got a lot to say because I'm real crazy. Yeah, I got so much to say.
I want to just caveat though, like this is what I was.
Pinky said they only fight in ice, like, but that was disrespectful though. I mean, you took a L. Yeah, you got your freedom like almost 200 years before you got your independence. Like, how does that even make sense? I thought when you get your independence, freedom is right there. I'm sorry, I thought you get your freedom, independence right there. Like, how are you separate the two? Didn't Haiti do it that way? Haiti got their freedom and independence at the same time, or basically around the same time. So the average thought is when a people gain their freedom, they also gain their independence. Like Black Americans, we are confused on how you get your freedom, and then over 100 years later, you get your independence. Like, how's that possible? But you do all this fighting and shit. And Jamaica was given like they were granted independence. They didn't take their independence. They didn't fight for independence. It was given to them freely. It was encouraged by the British, by Britain. Like Britain encouraged them to get their freedom. Like, no, go ahead. I mean independence. Like, no, go. We ain't gonna fight you. Go.
Hard,
Yeah,
right?
no.
Obviously, like I'm from here, and I disagree with a lot of the things she says because this is not. I lived here, like I grew up here, so it's like it's different. But I just say like that's what older generations think.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like it's so interesting. There's so much you touched on that it's just like so many things I want to
I feel
like
like we
touch
need a
on.
notepad. Like,
I'm like, let me scribe.
Now, this FBA woman about the cooker. Like, remember, she started off all innocent. Oh no, I'm immersed in FBA culture. No, I feel like I'm Black American myself. No, my mom has that hatred. And then she went on, like, I mean, just goddamn, she just went on with her hatred rant. Oh, Marcus Garvey came to civilize you animals, and because we revolt and we fight, and we just see and we bust our butt, we work hard, and yeah, but you Foundation Black Americans, you kind of take it. You kind of just sit around in welfare and just whatever white man says, you just go with it. And it's just like that. We're over here because the white man allowed us over here. It was no civil rights movement fight march for 10 or so years through Dr. King and A. Philip Randolph, and it wasn't a whole 100-year fight. Nah, it wasn't that. Nobody died. Nobody fought. Nobody. No, no, no. The white man said, okay, Jamaicans, you can come over. And my mom came over. That's what they believe. That's what some of these folks believe.
Here, but I'm gonna start with like one. I'm not Caribbean American at all, and I think it's so interesting that you asked her a question earlier about the relationship Africans have with Caribbean Americans, and so many people I have met, they feel like Caribbean Americans are so more aligned with African values because of that. But there's such a misconception about that because like during slavery, like when people moved across the ships, a lot of people who came from the Caribbean actually went to the Carolinas and came back to the Caribbean.
Absolutely,
right?
yeah.
So that's like a whole thing people don't know, a story that like was never told, and they keep that away for specific reasons, right? Second thing you touched on was just like this ideology about taking government assistance. Black people are not even the ones who have the most government assistance in America. We've never been.
Okay,
Absolutely.
1834,
And
somewhere around there.
The only reason why there's so many Black fathers not in the household, and also so many Black mothers who are super hyper independent now because of that. And I also think that this other
well, speaking on that, Jamaica had a baby mama problem before we even fathomed it. Okay, when our marriages were 70% strong, Jamaica was having a baby mama issue. Matter of fact, baby mama is a Jamaican slang word. So when we say baby mama today, that comes from Jamaica. Yes, you didn't know that. You thought baby mama was FBA. You thought baby mama was something FBAs came up with. No. Baby mother, baby mama was a Jamaican term that was brought over here and shared with us, and we adopted it. Baby mama origins are from Jamaica. They were having baby mama issues where we had 70% marriages, successful marriages. We had intact homes, nuclear families, while Jamaica was having a baby mama issue 30 years before we ever had the same issue. Okay. So we gotta stop. We gotta stop the lies. Okay. Now, if you're gonna tell it, let's tell it all.
idea that they're lazy or that like they weren't fighting for their freedom is so wrong, because the ideas that a lot of the Caribbean countries got were from us revolting also here in America, right? There were a lot of American slaves that got their freedom and then they went to the Caribbean and told people what they were doing, and they started also revolting, and then it was just like a mixed relationship happening where everybody was revolting at the same exact time, just not close enough to know that it was going on at the same time. Right. And I think that because of that, so many people have been taught that our people are like lazy or we're not willing to work, when that's not true. Like the establishment of this country has been on the backs of our labor, and like the enjoyment for other immigrants or migrants to come here is because of our fight for our freedom here in America.
And I tell her all the time, I'm like, listen, you came, you could have very much stayed in Jamaica, right? Like you came here.
You ain't tell your mom shit. Not the way you talking. Tiger Cream Shakir says, wow, I learned something new today. Thanks, Pinky and FBA. Yeah, listen, man. Sometimes you learn things in the worst way at the wrong time, but it's still a learning thing. You dig? I learned stuff about my culture and what happened over here. Sometimes it's something to be proud of. Sometimes it's something you to tuck your tail. You're like, oh wow, that happened. Our coon class did that. Yeah, but here we are. So she got checked. Now she's backing down. Quick to back down. So Lil John shit. Look.
Here, obviously, for a reason.
Right.
So you can't.
Yeah, and I want to add that, like, so I have to, I don't have these conversations with my Jamaican side because I visited their house every 2 weeks. That was like the custody arrangement my parents had. So I grew up mostly around my foundational Black American side. And I feel like my grandmother, I've never heard her actually say it, but I can tell there's like
your
this
Jamaican grandmother?
My Jamaican grandmother. I can tell there's like this othering. Like she would be in the kitchen and she would just be saying like, yeah, we work hard, as if she's distinguishing how hard she works versus my mom and my grandma.
You see? Okay, that's why we say, yo, this is a one-sided war, man. My mom never was thinking about Jamaicans or Nigerians, how hard we work, how brilliant we are. We got all these innovations and inventions. They have little to nothing, zero. You dig? How great we got so many activists. We got so many brilliant minds, and Jamaica have like zero compared to us. Like that was never a conversation at any of our tables. Any of our eatings or social times. You dig? We again, I can't express it enough. Jamaicans or immigrants, first gen, second gen, third gen, we don't think about y'all at all. I can't express it. We don't think about y'all. Y'all not nothing to compare to like that. Like we are focused on what we got to do in America and what we're owed. That's it. We don't think about the next countryman, the next countrywoman, and what they're doing and how better we off than them. We don't think about that at all, man. Like, yo, there's no conversation about Jamaicans or Africans ever in our household. If you're not in America, like, we don't, it's, we talked about white folks, like, hey, white folks, they doing this because they were doing this and that. But apparently, we are in your kitchens. And that's crazy. We're in your kitchens. Oh, you guys work hard. All this lies, man. Where's all this hard work in fucking Jamaica? Yo, take that hard work back to Jamaica, and that's my argument. Take that hard work back to Jamaica and build that shit up, man. The president wants you guys to come back, or the prime minister, whatever he is. He wants you to come back, but he don't want you to bring the criminality with you. He wants you to come back as civilized, citizens of Jamaica and build the country back up with the skills you learned in America. That's what your prime minister said. So all this hard work, it's always in America. All this activism, Shirley Chisholm, Kwame Ture, whatever the fuck his name is all this activism, but it's always in America. Where is the activism in Jamaica? Where's the activism in Nigeria? Why is always here? You brag about your success in America. Brag about your success in your homeland. What have you accomplished in your homeland? Not where we're at. Where we made shit safe, made shit, possible to accomplish things here. Where are your accomplishments in your homeland? That will impress us. You dig? Not when you brag about being successful at our table.
Mom, and I used to feel a way about that. So I feel like, well, number one, obviously, you know, Black Americans, descendants of slavery here, they've laid a foundation for others to come over here.
Renaissance
And be
woman. Nobody
successful.
thinking about no
And that
goddamn
is never
immigrant
I tap the table. That is
in
never
our household.
acknowledged.
Stop.
And I feel like that is so like disheartening, because when it's not acknowledged and then you guys become successful, it's almost like you had to step on our backs to get there, and no one is saying it. It's like if I go to Jamaica today and I start calling the Jamaicans lazy and welfare queens and all of that stuff, they might chop my head off, because it's like disrespectful to go to somebody else's land and do that. So that's why I feel like the beef, that's why I feel like it persists, because it's like no acknowledgement of like the foundational Americans that have done a lot here. And then also you said something about some people have went back and forth, and a lot of people don't know that. I always felt like Black Americans were closer to Caribbeans.
Right. Pinky said immigrants get loud and proud when they get here. Now all of a sudden, and then they raise up their flags, and like that's to me. I'm never gonna back off this talking point, no time soon at least. I'm up. You know, you can change my mind if you want, and I'm open to it. But the greatest disrespect is when a person flee their country because of no opportunities or not a lot of opportunities. They come over here and become great in their mind, and then they fly that piece of shit flag, the flag that cannot help them, the flag now that is the ultimate disrespect. You came over here, you fled your country because of war, turmoil, political stress, all that type of stuff. Your country failed you. You come over here and be the best you can be, and you fly your failure flag around like that shit was responsible for why you're successful in America. That is the greatest respect. I would rather you guys keep it real and fly the American flag around, because your country failed you. You had to flee your country. You came here and now you're doing great. You fly that goddamn American flag as thanks. Okay? So yeah, I'm that's how I feel. You fly the flag that helped you become great, not the flag that was holding you down, making you a goddamn, loser, basically.
Because of our same history and how much we went back and forth. There's a study that came out that said Bajans actually have lineage traced back to Massachusetts.
So that's so interesting, because so Shirley Chisholm, right? Like Shirley Chisholm and her parents, when they came here to New York, and when she went to Brooklyn College, right? Her family was given housing priority over African American families, and she wrote about that in her book to share to people that like during that time America was intentionally bringing Caribbean families here and giving them more generational wealth and taking that away from the African Americans that were already here, like the ones who migrated from the South. She wrote about it in her book, and many of the Caribbean Americans did.
So I went to Brooklyn College too, and I have this Trinidadian professor, and she told me this, and I can't find the statistic, the data, I can't find it. But what she said was like back in like the 60s, 70s, they wanted a more docile N-word. Like they wanted a more docile Black person. And they felt like the Caribbeans were that. And the Black Americans, they were on the Black Panther time and civil rights. They was doing too much. Yeah. So they brought over the more docile, well-behaved, hardworking Black people from the Caribbean, and they gave them.
Yeah, so that wasn't true. Like Shirley Chisholm, that sounded kind of weird. Yeah, Shirley Chisholm did not get housing priority when their family immigrated over here. Yeah, so that's not true. That's fake news. All right. So just for the record, don't repeat that. That's false news. That's fake news.
Them opportunities to land and housing, and especially in New York. So that's why you see that a lot of Caribbeans own houses here, and our homeowners here have stores. Like my grandmother has like 4 properties in Crown Heights, and her husband, he's Guyanese. He had like corner stores and things of that sort. Meanwhile, my side that I grew up on, we've always been renters. We've always been just, workers. We've never owned anything. So it's just really interesting that is the case. And like
Peppermint
I
patty.
basically I can't find the statistics on it, but I'm happy that you mentioned that because my Trinidadian professor was like, no, you need to look into this.
Yeah, you have to.
And I'm like, when you look into it, it's kind of like wow, like they're just giving our what we work for away.
And that's why we ask for reparations. Like I'm literally like, yeah, that's like, it's because every other subgroup of people, even within Black people, have gotten more than African Americans, and just people don't know that. And I get why there's the beef, because you just don't know.
Yeah,
right?
It's a misinformation. And like
Yes.
before I came over here, I was talking to my friend about it, and I was just like, that's really what it is. It's a lack of knowing. It's a lack of knowledge, and also like this.
Yeah, we go with the lack of knowledge on whose part. Like, yeah, don't get caught up on that. Hey, just lack of knowledge and on whose part? Like, what? Yeah, you're lacking knowledge of this country and the history of it and what foundational Black Americans dealt with in this country. So, but what part of the lack of knowledge are we faced with? Like, that's what I want to know. Like, what are we lacking in America? We're not in Jamaica, right? So if we were in Jamaica, you can make that claim and we got to concede. But in America, what the hell are we lacking? Like, and how does a foreigner tell we're lacking something in America? How does a foreigner make that assessment?
Perception of just like from Caribbeans being passed down to generation to generation to generation. And like if you don't know any better and if you don't like question it.
Nah, I didn't. So Damon Grayson said it was in her book. I didn't read the book, but it's something called AI, bro. AI, every book that's written is on AI, and some of us pay for our AI, and we can get shit summarized. Yeah, that's fake news. That's fake news. Shit, that's not documented anywhere. You know, AI. I mean, any book that's ever written, our AI can summarize it for you. Any book that's ever written, AI can do a quick summary of it, and that's not in it. From what I looked real fast, that's not in her book. She didn't say that. That is known. So AI said that is known as a lie that's spread online. Okay, the whole book thing, AI recognized that as a rumor, a lie that's spread online. That's how AI recognizes it. All right. Yeah. So I'm going with that. If you guys want to go with, she said that in her book, then you guys got to show us what page in the book, and I will be quiet. But I'm gonna go with AI over somebody because she didn't read the book either, the lady. So it wasn't like she told you what page. So so until somebody could tell me what page Shirley Chisholm said that at in the book, then now I'm going with AI over a human being who didn't correctly tell us where in the book and quote it verbatim. All right. So anyway, you guys do what you want, but I'm a careful researcher. I don't like being wrong. I don't like being exposed. So I'm going to be safe, and I'm not going to repeat that on a live. You guys do what you want, but just keep in mind there's somebody out there waiting to embarrass you. So be responsible.
You just kind of just keep passing down the misinformation without even really like being like, why is this happening? I personally had no idea about like Caribbeans coming to or being like brought to America and like being given away like housing and things like that. Just willingly. But like what not only did I not know that, but it kind of allows you to like once you know those things, you're like, okay, more grace is kind of extended, versus like this harsh.
Wait, did she say grace? Did she say more grace is extended? Ma'am, they don't help your argument out. Grace for what? So grace so that you can stop hating us? So you can hate us less? Have less harsh views on us? What grace you talking about? Why are we giving grace? What that's crazy. So yeah, so we learned this about you guys, and it turned out that was fake news. So we give you guys more grace. You're not as dumb and bad and lazy as we initially thought. You're still dumb, bad, and lazy, but it's not as hardcore as we originally thought. Like what?
I'm sure if she knew or whoever wrote that knew that, I feel like it would be a different tone. Like even from
so Damon, Grace, and peace to you. Yeah, if you read the book and you're able to find out what page, then I will correct myself and I'll let everybody know, hey, it's in there. But I don't believe it's in there. I trust AI. I trust my AI. Okay, and AI says it's not there.
My mom too, like she wouldn't have so much of like a they've been here for thousands and hundreds and millions and they're in the same spot. Like, why do you think that is? And that's the information that you need. This is exactly why. Like, it's unfair treatment. It's unjust.
And I also think that, like, it's interesting because, like, Caribbeans, like, they, how do I say this? Okay, like, there's a lack of information, but it's like you come onto somebody else's land and you don't want to learn, like, what these people have been through. I know, like, for me,
And then
I
make
like,
judgments.
because I do have lineage tracing back to Jamaica, I like.
Listen, yes, she's half and half. She's half FBA, half Jamaican. But listen, you don't have to learn about us. You can just go about your little life and, you know, do what you got to do to be successful. You don't got to learn about us. That's not my approach at all. But don't comment on anything about us without learning us first. That's when the disrespect, that's when resentment comes from us. Okay. When you talk about us or interfere with what we got going on and you don't know anything about us. Okay. Now, and that's where we at today. That's why there's what we're doing today because of that. You don't know nothing about us, but you want to speak and represent us on these racialized talking points.
Looked into, like, the history there, and I'm like, oh wow, like they're literally, if anything, they're literally have not progressed. Like, they're just getting permission from the queen to drop her as head of state, right? And like,
Yeah, so Lovey Uism says, sorry, no mention of her getting housing when she arrived. Yeah, I'm sure she got housing, but what I'm saying is it wasn't prioritized. Like they didn't have like, oh, okay, let's let her skip the line. That's what I'm saying. I'm sure she got housing because they most likely came over here poor. That's why there's a lie. I had $1.75 and we made our way and we paid for college. That's a lie. You came over here as a refugee or a asylum seeker or let's say illegal. You definitely got assistance. 100% got assistance. If you were not sponsored by your country, things like that, you came over here with assistance. All right, we're not even going to debate that. So I'm sure she got housing and she was on welfare and all type of state assistance, but I don't believe that it was prioritized. Like they had her skip the line. I don't believe that, and AI don't believe that.
whereas we've progressed a little bit more, and then also, like, it's just like it's the same, it's the same plight, it's the same struggle, but we're discredited in every way over here. So I just feel like, you know, if people would, first of all, I feel like the migration here is too much, and people come here and they start just
You
pouncing
mean by
down.
too much?
Like, I feel like there's too many people, and it's too much people from, all right, so like other countries, they don't have an immigration policy. You can't migrate to the Caribbean in big groups like how
Yeah, she's spitting facts.
we accept people here in the Americas. And so I feel like when you fight against white supremacy,
just
and then you
gonna
have
say
to
it,
also fight
peace.
your people and the diaspora, it's just too much. It's just too much. Then you got to fight the
Oh, that's too much
Yeah, then you
because
gotta
I'm
fight.
thinking like we have enough land to like house these people.
Yeah, that's
But why would we?
No, we don't have enough land to house these people because we have a homelessness problem with American citizens. So this guy just speaking on, yeah, you stay quiet, man. You stay quiet.
The thing about it though is
Housing
like we do, but
costs money, okay, taxes, and what are you talking about, man? We have enough houses to house people. Just saying, what is he?
our people aren't housed here. Our people
I
aren't
agree
progressing
with
here.
that.
So it's like I don't want
But
to.
that's our problem. We got to heal enough and we got to educate ourselves to get to the point where we can establish that. And but I
What?
don't have a problem with like immigration, like because we have enough space. I think like
Yeah,
New York
okay. This dude just talking.
City is mad populated. We have like 8 million people here. But yeah, we have enough land to like house like enough immigrants.
I have
Yeah, this dude said the most stupid that was the most dumbest thing you could say. Yo, you know housing costs money, man, and people got to foot that bill. What are you talking about? And then you got to give them jobs. Yeah, they just because what they gonna do? Just sleep and eat all day and not work? Like, you gotta give them jobs. Okay, we're our unemployment rate is pretty high, so we don't feel like we're getting employed enough. So why would we be pro an influx of immigrants who's going to need jobs too, and we're already having problems with employment. So now we're going to have triple the problem with employment. That's just retarded. Dude, be quiet and let the ladies talk.
Problem with it when they come with that disheartening attitude. Because it's like we already have to deal with white supremacy.
People.
So if you come here,
So yeah, I do
and then
agree
you
that
and then
the
you
immigrants should come over here and be educated. Same thing like if we was to do dual.
Bro, they don't gotta be educated, my boy. It's called hospitality, my man. You don't come into somebody's home disrespecting them and having these fake pseudo beliefs on how they are, and you're 100% wrong. And you're judging the entire ethnic group. You're saying all of us are lazy, all of us seek assistance. That's what they're saying. Okay, they're not saying a portion, some, or per capita bullshit. They're saying all of us. They're going with raw numbers.
Citizenships and go over there. I think that it's important that we understand their government
No, you don't need to be educated to know when you come into my country, respect them and don't misrepresent them.
systems and how they work
And their
before
history.
moving over there. Same thing with immigrants. They should
Oh my
learn about
God, who
our
is this
government.
dude?
But I also believe that we need to educate ourselves on our government because the school system definitely.
Okay, here we go about we. See, they always do this, man. We become the blame, right? Now, they're having a great discussion. They're talking about immigrants, specifically Jamaicans or island folks who come over here with this looking down, thumbing the nose down towards FBAs. It's always somebody to change it to, no, we need to, what about black on black crime? It's always one of those folks that just can't stay on task. What people talking about. They got to flip. No, let's finish this first and then let's do something else. But you just can't come and say, but what about black on black crime? That's what he's basically doing.
Misinformed us about certain parts of our government. And this is why we are at the place that we are at now.
Yeah. So Alpha 22 says whites intentionally use immigrants against us. So yeah, we have a problem with, yeah, exactly. Like we don't believe uh largely that immigrants may come over here, they're plotting against FBAs. No, but they are used as pawns against us, and then they play into it. You dig? Um, housing, there's something called the FHA, okay? Fair Housing Act, right? That illegalizes housing discrimination. Okay. But you have a lot of Latinos in New York, New Jersey who only who prefers to rent to Latinos. So they come over here violating something we fought to keep out the country. They come over here and bring it right back in the country. If that's not white supremacy, systemic racism, I don't know what is. They come over here and they literally, because a lot of them own a lot of homes. I don't know if y'all know or not, but New Jersey, New York, they own a lot of homes and they rent the homes because, you know, a lot of us are not homeowners, we're renters. And they have all of the advertisement and rent in Spanish. And when you communicate them via Facebook or texting, they communicate to you in Spanish. Like you got to literally use ChatGPT or some type of Google translator to just communicate with these guys. Everything's in Spanish. Okay. But yeah, and a lot of times they just block you right away when they see you're not even Spanish. And I was on the phone with my boy. He was inquiring about some rent. And the first thing the poppy asked, when Spanish guy asked him was, where are you Spanish? So the things that we fought for to get out the country, these immigrants come over here and bring it back in the country and practice housing discrimination all over again. That's like the greatest disrespect. And then you guys think we're going to march with you guys against ICE. No, you need to go and take your housing discrimination practices with you. Okay? Go to Uganda somewhere and do that over there.
Now, thinking that presidential elections, for example, is the main election that we should pay attention to, knowing that states and local elections is equally.
Because I've had like several relationships with people who are especially African Americans, not African Americans, but African Americans that are now here, right? Or that's what I call them.
That's why it's so confusing to use that term, right?
I use it. I know there's a lot of.
I don't like the term African American because African is a continent and America
I'm gonna
is
say
a country.
I'm gonna say I like the term African American because it was created by African Americans. So like I prefer to be called something that was created by my people rather than me being called something that wasn't created by my people, right? And there's many cultures that have that connotation, but I prefer being called African American because I just can distinguish myself from other people. But getting back to what like you guys were having that conversation on, I think that the idea is that like there's more opportunities here. There's in fact more opportunities to grow. I've met several African entrepreneurs, business owners who legit will come here honestly because there's a better room and opportunity and floor to be able to grow in their work and go back home to contribute to where they're from.
And I
right
problem with that too.
And I think that I think that for me though, being someone who believes in like Pan-Africanism and stuff like that, I do get upset about that, but then I do understand the bigger narrative, right? To improve our people entirely, right? So that means educating everybody. I don't necessarily think that it's my expectation to believe that when Caribbean Americans or Africans come to this country, they need to know, right? Because obviously they've been misled this entire time, and so have we. I think that is just our opportunity, like, which is why I pride myself in being like culturally African American, so that whenever you're interacting with other people who are from the diaspora, you can literally like tell them the truth about everything so that they can just have like a better understanding of what it's like to actually live in this country. And 9 times out of 10, people who come here, they recognize that things are different here, and that just because you're from where you're from, when you walk on this land, you're Black. That's it at the end of the day. And white supremacy does not miss you just because you're from a different country. They're going to treat you like everyone else when you come here.
You feel like that though?
I super feel like that. And I know that there's so many people that have experienced that coming here. People who like, I was watching a TikTok and this Black guy, he's British actually, and he was Black. And like he said that he turned around and a girl was like, "Oh my God, I can't believe you speak like that." And she was like, "You speak like that?" And he was like, "Why didn't you think I could speak like that?" Because they don't assume that Black people live in places like England, or they don't assume that they could have, they can speak proper English, right? Everyone thinks that just because I'm African, I can't turn off my dialect. It's called it's like, you can code switch all the time. And so
let me see. I'm in the chat. So we got Victoria Spell. They didn't know before social media, just like we didn't know Africa was powerful before social media. Victoria Secret, I say a secret, my bad. Victoria Spells, when you say Africa is powerful, I don't know about that. I don't know if that's a common knowledge. Okay. I don't know if that's common knowledge, because if Africa is so powerful, 2 questions. 1, why are Africans leaving powerful Africa, coming to America? And 2, if Africa is powerful, then why aren't people leaving America to go to Africa? So both, why are Africans coming to America if it's so powerful? And why aren't Americans going to Africa if it's so powerful? So that's just a 2-part question. If you don't mind, you can entertain if you want. But yeah, so that's the question when you said Africa is powerful. Thank you.
That's where I'm getting at to that point. It's just that like everyone assumes that African Americans have this ghetto like mentality and the idea of what ghetto looks like and what we.
Well, I'm gonna fast forward this part because we are. If there's any ghetto, if first of all, every melanated person on the planet, right, are got that ghetto-ness in their country. So we don't need to explain how we're ghetto, man, we're not ghetto. This don't need to be.
Well, don't make me live like that. Like, y'all gotta stop lying to me. You know what I mean? So I feel like they know that, and like to carry on the hatred into your adult life is like you're purposely trying to, I guess, make this group like beneath you because it benefits you to put down Black Americans. I think any other group that comes here, it benefits them to look down upon us because then they get their proximity to whiteness and they get to grow. And
I was gonna say that like they look at us when immigrants come over here especially black ones, not black, but especially African ones, when they come over here, they look at us as like white people pets, right? And they want to be the better pets. So let us clown and SHIT on Foundation of Black Americans, and let's show them how we could be a better pet. That's kind of how they view it. You know, it's like, wait a minute, we don't have the relationship with white folks as you think we have, and we don't want the relationship with white folks that you want with them. So it's like that's what's going on. They have a projected mentality on us.
That sort. But I also want to just touch on what you just said about like them coming here, becoming successful and bringing it back home. Mm-hmm. Ideally, in my unicorn world, I would be a Pan-Africanist, and I would love that. I would love to go to Jamaica, build. I would love to go to different parts of.
So Victoria Spell says African countries are rich in resources and wildlife. France is suffering without aid. I don't think France is suffering. Okay, believe me, Victoria Spells, if France was suffering, they are a first world country with a first world military. Okay, Ibrahim Traoré can't beat France in a war. They left willingly. Okay, you know, Ibrahim said, "Hey, y'all should go." They left. If they felt like that departure was going to affect their livelihood, where you at? Victoria Spells, they would have left. They wouldn't have left. Then they would have drew their guns, okay, and went to shooting. So no, like there's no research that I believe that exists showing how France is worse off without doing business with Burkina Faso. I think that's just African babble, to be honest. That's African babble. There's no truth to that. I don't believe there's no truth to that. Yeah, I think that's just African babble. Yeah, so the richer resources, all that type of stuff, then why are they not taking advantage of this? Why are these rich resources that Africa is blessed with? Why are Africans selling them off to everybody else and they're not benefiting or using the resources themselves? See, it's just too many questions. When people say Africa is powerful and all this like just dream stuff, too many questions arise afterwards. It's like, okay, if Africa is that great, why are they leaving and why aren't people going there? That's one. And then two, if they have these rich minerals, right, and resources, why do they sell them? Why do they export them? Why don't they use them themselves to be great and become a first world power? See, it just too many questions come after the Wakanda, spill.
Africa build. I would love for those.
Ms. Hart, she says, we have the resources and the riches over here. That's why everybody wants to. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, come on. Why are everybody leaving Africa, going to everywhere else but Africa? And they got all, and it's lit over there. Like, nah, that's African babble.
People to do the same,
that's what
but it's
Wakanda
not
babble.
The same love. Like it's just not the same. So it's like ideally I would want that, but what that does is you're taking American dollars and you're funding your country. Meanwhile, the people here are still suffering. They're still beneath. They're still not able. The descendants of slavery are still not able to grow their wealth. And so I feel like if they were to come and build with us, then it would make sense. But it's like those people like would come and only hire white people or only do things for others and just be like, no, we're not hiring those people. And that's where it bothers me. But yeah.
I think I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. And I know so many people who feel that way, like in my group. I just think that at the end of the day, I still put that responsibility on like me and like my people who I know. It's kind of like, because we have to break our own generational curses. Like, relying. And I feel like because we are so apart as a people and we've never come together, that we as Americans, Black Americans, African Americans have to come together as a united front. And I'm pretty sure, right? Like when we did do it before, the rest of the world would see what that looks like, right?
Suit. And in England, they have their own Black Panther Party there too.
Yeah, we still have one here.
You gotta watch Small Acts. Do you guys have Amazon Prime?
Yeah.
Go watch Small Acts. In England, there's this Black Panther group. They were made up of like Jamaicans, Caribbeans.
Oh shit.
I think there was some Africans in the group. And there was just some regular Black Brits over there. But they made their own Black Panther Party. And if you saw what they went through, they had to experience the school to prison pipeline there. They also had to experience, like, they would put Black children back on purpose in schools over there. The police would harass their businesses over there. So it was like the same thing happening over there. You guys got to watch that. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what we do, it kind of trickles onto society. You brought up reparations. And I feel like the more we fight for it here, then countries like Jamaica could get their reparations from the Queen. And, you know, even countries, I think the Congo is ran by the Queen as well, or England, I'm not sure. But they can also get theirs. You know, Angola getting theirs from the Portuguese. Like, we kind of start the choo-choo train and everybody comes along, and I'm fine with that. But it's just like, I would love the real, you know, crossing and beneficial type of society. I don't want to be feeding everybody. I'm one person. That's how I feel.
Right.
And that's what I feel about Black Americans. I feel like we're always pouring into others and they don't pour back into us. And it's kind of hurtful. It's so hurtful to me.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Isn't Jamaica like under China dictatorship?
I don't know.
I don't know.
But I do know that a lot of Chinese come to Jamaica and build up Jamaica.
Yeah.
The highway
So
systems.
I'm thinking
There we
like
go.
if we was to do that, go back to Jamaica and build up over there, would like Chinese like
We would have-
take over it, or like how does that work?
I know
But the
that
Chinese is everywhere in the
they
Caribbean,
everywhere, yeah.
I feel.
there was this story that came out that the Chinese and the Indians was building a hotel in Jamaica and the Jamaicans burned it down because they said no Jamaicans allowed. So but the
Damn.
Jamaican government, I'm not sure of this, but I'm pretty sure they're allowing this. So it's like nobody could just walk onto your country and start doing things. You know what I mean? So
Right.
somebody's shaking hands with somebody else.
They're bringing their workers
Exactly.
from China to
Right.
build
I heard
whatever.
that.
But then, of course, if you're working there, you're going to meet somebody, have some babies, build a family type thing. So then
Right.
that's how that
And I guess the
they stay.
Jamaican gene is stronger.
Well,
Oh,
in
wow.
Jamaica, the thing is, like, once
Yo,
you...
okay, what are they talking about? This. Oh, okay. Yeah, they bugging.
But another thing I wanted to explore, I guess the last thing was, well, first I want to talk about, you said that you already spoke on it a little bit. You said that like your experience with Africans, you feel like a closeness, right? What about you guys?
Very problematic because again, like for me, like I think that this year it's become more problematic for me because like I've been exposed to Africans who have had like various experiences apparently with us, right? Like, and their perspective of us is literally stuck. It's no shifting it. And no matter how many conversations I've had, it
Right.
won't shift. And I'm
Right.
kind of like, that's like weird. Like I remember driving with a friend of mine and I like turned my music up like a little bit louder, right? And they were like, "Oh, you're playing your music like those ghetto blacks and those Dominicans." And I was like, I'm Black American. All right, like it was just so shocking to hear that. And then like I was just I sat back and I was just kind of like, is that what you think? I'm like, do you know like you living in New York, everyone does that. Whether you're Black, whether you're white, everyone does that here in this city, right? And I think that for me, when you come to this country, it's like you can't come with those negative perspectives, but it's bound to
But they
happen.
do.
And I think that for me now, like interacting with people is probably much harder, being that I've been in spaces where people are just talking so down on who I am and my culture. And it's kind of like, I think that it's just going to take like more of us as, you know, ADOS people, FBA people to kind of like share, like, this is who we are. Like, you guys have to like either accept it or step to the side, because there's a lot of change that's about to happen in this country, for one, right now. And the only people who are going to do the change are Black Americans, because Caribbean Americans, and this is no offense, but I've been around several Caribbean Americans, Africans, who are afraid of resistance. They are afraid to revolutionize. And
Right. So all that fighting you were talking about, yeah.
being a part
That
of that
part.
Black Panther struggle, being a part of the civil rights movement, it takes a lot of willingness to give up things and to sacrifice. And
You have
I'm
to
willing to die
No, you
for
literally have
my
Victoria Spells. She's back in the chat. She said Chinese are finally being checked in Africa. Angola is a perfect example. No, they're not. Yeah, the debt. Hey, Victoria, I want you to look up how much the different African countries and the debt they owe China. Like, stop it. You're not checking nobody when you're in debt. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We got to stop the romanticizing of Africa. They are in debt to China. Not everybody, but about 7 to 10 countries in Africa are heavily in debt to Africa. They're not checking nobody. Let me see. So Victoria Spells like to revise history. She says everybody needs something. Ibrahim Traore had nothing to work with when he started. Yet there is a lot of exaggeration, but he's trying. He had a lot to work with. He picked up with a last. What are you talking about, Victoria Spells? Next time, like maybe later today, pull back up later to about 8, 9 p.m. I might try again to do live, but I got to send you a link or the phone number to call in because you just be seeing random stuff. Ibrahim Traore, he took over Burkina Faso through a coup. That means there was another African leader there. So he had something to work with. He worked with what the last person had. He did. What are you talking about? He didn't start from scratch. Burkina Faso was something before Ibrahim Traore got there. You know that, right? You do know before he came into power, Burkina Faso was a country already. Doing business with the French. Like, what are we talking about? Yes, he has stuff to go off.
My race, I'm literally willing to die for my freedom.
You
So,
say anything.
and I used to, so I'm like, I was an activist, right? And so people would always ask me, like, how are you willing to do this? I'm like, because what is life without freedom? Like,
Yeah,
you know?
you shouldn't even
And so
have to
like this, it's not
explain
even a
that.
question, but
Charlie
I've seen
Shaw.
so many people who are like, no, I'm okay. I'm just here to assimilate. And that's because there's a legit reason why they're here. They're here to improve themselves, to go somewhere else to improve where they're from, right?
Yeah.
And so that's why I no longer have conversations with those people, right? I just worry about my people who want to improve here. And then the people from those subgroups who want to improve America, I bounce with them.
Yeah.
I'm not floating with people who want to assimilate into this whole capitalistic,
Yeah, same.
this whole capitalist mindset where it's one man for one man. No, I'm for my people. Like,
And that's well, I want to know. I want to know what you think, because I was gonna say, like, that's something. So my boyfriend's Nigerian, and that's a conversation that I've had with him. I feel like his mindset is more so like me, my family, that's it.
Yep.
And I grew up in a mindset where it's like, no, it's my people, my people, my people. So it's like a different mindset. Like I feel like the mindset is just more so like I want to be free. Like I don't want to just buy nice things and be comfortable. Like I actually want to be free. Like, and so I was exploring that with him because I think there's a difference in the culture.
Oh, so just for the record, I do, you know what I mean? I am considerate. I appreciate y'all support. I appreciate you guys, supporting and pulling up and liking. So while I'm live and I'm quiet, I do go through y'all channels. Y'all got videos that y'all make. Some of you guys just got a YouTube channel to like browse. Y'all don't really do content, but I do go to y'all channel. Some of you guys I subscribe to, even though you don't really do videos, but I do, kind of like, take the time out to figure out, to learn to learn who you are. And so I do go to your channels, and I'm doing it right now as I'm live playing this video. I go to your channel and I check it out. I see what I got going on. You dig? So I'm not just one track minded. Like it's all about me, Samaya type stuff. I do go to your channels and check out what I got going on. And I subscribe a lot. Okay.
yeah.
And I didn't get around a lot of Africans until college,
Uh-huh.
and they was like, I'm not black, I'm African. I was like,
Yo,
okay.
I think it's,
I don't,
I think it's like, yo, I had a Nigerian, but this was all the way back in high school, but like, this is clicking now because he would always say little things like, you don't have your last name. I have my last name. Like, there was even a difference in like me and him. Like, me being even Caribbean, I'm just like, I don't have my last name, but like, I feel just as much pride as being from Jamaica as you do being from like your family being from Nigeria. I mean, and that's so great. Okay, so like my ex.
Wait. Okay, I kind of missed that.
my
I think they was like, I'm not black, I'm African. I didn't get around a lot of Africans until college, and so I was exploring that. Mindset is just more so like I want to be free. Like I feel like his mindset, and that's
Okay, I thought I heard that right.
I want to know what you think, because I was gonna say like that's something. So my boyfriend's Nigerian.
Okay, I thought you said that. So what did the other girl say?
Nigerian, but this was all the way back in high school, but like this is clicking
Okay,
now.
I thought I was hearing that right. Okay, so they both had a Nigerian boyfriend. I'm like, wait a minute. Did the other lady say it and she didn't say it? Okay, I got it.
Because he would always say little things like, you don't have your last name.
I have my last name. Like, there was even a difference in, like, me and him. Like, me being even Caribbean, I'm just like, I don't have my last name, but, like, I feel just as much pride as being from Jamaica as you do being from, like, your family being from Nigeria.
I mean, and that's so great. Okay, so like my ex is Nigerian too.
Is he
Igbo or Yoruba?
He's Igbo, and
what about you?
Oh, damn, they all dated the Nigerian guy. Is it the same Nigerian guy?
He's Yoruba.
Yeah, and so like he's actually he was born in Nigeria, lived there for a few years, and then he moved to England with his family, and he lived there. So he's like Nigerian but British, right? And so I guess the guy that I was like dating, right? Like he literally said the same things to me, you know, like if we were to have a family, like they would just be African, they wouldn't be African American. And that is where I knew like this probably could never had worked with me because like that is such a cultural thing that I would never take away from myself. Like I'm African American too. But I think that what you just said was very interesting because a lot of those tribes, are like swapped and like moved around so much. So I would have even like argued back with them, like, are you sure that's really your last name also?
Right? Like,
because historically speaking, that's
enslaved other tribes. So are you sure?
Are you pretty sure that that's your last name? Are you pretty sure that you're?
Hey, none of them, Nigerian man ain't married. They probably dated the same Nigerian man. He ain't married none of them.
Good experience with like a Black American relationship.
Well, like with an African or like with a
Black American or Black American.
Well, this is my first relationship in my life.
So like me personally, I'm not even gonna lie with you. I haven't had good relationships with Black American men also because like I'm in like apparently like where I lie on the spectrum of Black American women, right? Like I'm not on the spectrum of something, right? Like they call me the Black white girl sometimes, and I'm like, how? Like I guess because I can speak proper English. Right,
okay,
and because
no.
I'm in different like spaces and
all right, come on, they're doing something else,
right? So, you said you're from Long Island, Queens, right? So, like the way that we speak, like actually, this comedian, she did like a dissertation on this. You know how Black Americans, we use the word "be" a lot, like we be out, like we be outside, or like we
like
be
VAC.
Oh, AAVE.
But it's but I don't like referring to it as that. But yes, that. So that's culture. But I mean, something as simple as like food is culture. Something as simple as like the way we dress is our culture. Music. I mean, everything that is a part of Jamaican culture that you could think about is literally our culture.
The thing is, it's like I feel like because we're living in New York, I feel like especially like in such a small area with like so many people, I feel like sometimes it's hard to differentiate
between
the two because I feel like we swap it a lot of the time.
The melting pot.
Right. Yeah. So it's like I think there's some different shit.
I mean, but I don't think and that's so weird because I don't think it even tastes the South because most of the people in the South migrated here. Like everyone here in the Black Americans
are from the South.
But like think about it too, like you can't tell when you're in New York City if you're Jamaican, if you're Caribbean, if you're Black American, like because we all speak the same. You feel me? So it's like you can't sit here and be like, oh yeah, I figured you were Jamaican because like I'm speaking like a New Yorker.
I could look at somebody and be like, you're not Black American.
How?
Because it's the phenotype. So I also think that we have similar phenotypes, but South Carolinian phenotypes are very different. Like it's that Gullah Geechee
You know
phenotype.
what's crazy? I would not even think that you would be Black American. I would think you're from some type like Africa because of the big eyes and like
I got all different types of things.
Oh, here we go. Stop it. She said Africa. I thought she gonna say the Bahamas, some shit. Like she looked like nothing from Africa, in my opinion. Maybe the chat thinks otherwise. Let me fast forward some of this.
I'm sorry, like it'd be like a pushed up nose, like what?
Let me get past some of this.
I can tell apart someone who's African American, but I can tell apart our culture very distinctly because of the way that I cook my food, right? And like my mother married a Trinidadian man, actually, and they've been married for about like 19 years now. Like the way my stepdad makes.
Here we go.
Potato salad. That's not how we make potato salad.
Fried chicken.
That's not how
we make. My boyfriend put onions in the boiling oil.
Yes, they make that.
Like, what are you doing?
But that's what they do. But that's what they and so we flavor our things completely different.
Yeah. So it's like
But you would have to get to know a person. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, you would have to get to.
Okay, so this is getting boring. But there will be a part or another. I'm saying part 3, but I got some African diaspora, where it's going to get more interesting. It's going to be more like this. This is the next video. This is either going to be, and it's going to be a part 2 because it's pretty, no, it's actually small. It's short. This is 16 minutes, as you can see. So this is either going to pop off later on this evening if I get a chance to go live 8-9 p.m. I'm looking at nothing later because I will fall asleep like I did last night, or this will be in the morning, right? So this is a roundtable discussion with some immigrants and I'm guessing Foundation Black Americans, but a lot of times they have these discussions, these panels where it just be immigrants. It'd be nobody that's Foundation Black American, but they're speaking about Foundation Black American Diaspora Wars. So that's the interesting thing about it. And it'd be no real representation for Foundation Black Americans. And then when I hit them up like, hey, you mind coming on the podcast and let's talk about exactly what you talked about? They don't be really interested. So you don't want a Foundation Black American perspective. You just want to speak for us and then speak against us. Argue both sides of the table of the argument. Matter of fact, since it's only 16 minutes, let's do it now.
Feeling? How are y'all feeling? So, in this episode, we will be discussing the disconnect between African Americans and African culture. But before that, I will go around and introduce yourselves. So just say your name and what you identify racially. So we'll start with Tago. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Tago Shemet and I'm an African American. My name is Marielle. I identify as both African and African American.
My name is Ya. I identify as Ghanaian and Black.
My name is Rama. I identify as Sierra Leonean.
My name is Josh. I identify as Nigerian American.
Wait a minute. You said race?
Yeah.
African American.
What?
My name is Armand and I identify as Black American.
I'm Kanade and I identify as African American.
Look how confusing they're making it.
I identify as African American.
All right, so this is a very much needed conversation, in my opinion. Honestly, I didn't notice the disconnect between African Americans and Africans before VCU.
Let's get some
and culturally,
I think there's really a difference in terms of like the.
So I want to start off. Is there truly a difference between African Americans and Africans? So I want to start off.
All right.
I don't think there's really a difference in terms of like the people. It's just
this might be triggering
like
family.
How we carry ourselves. I feel like African people, just because of how we're like
might be triggering. Warning.
More like reserved and more kind of like apprehensive with how we do stuff. But African American people are kind of more like go all the way out, and if I see it, I'm gonna do it. Or if it's something I think I can do, something I put my mind to, I can do it. Whereas African people are gonna kind of more like reserved or holding back a little bit.
From my perspective, I'll say no. I feel like the disconnect that is present is one that we created and constructed ourselves. Just like the idea of race in itself. We live uncomfortably when we don't have standards, when we don't have labels. When things aren't labeled, we tend to be very uncomfortable and we don't know how to react to each other. So I feel like, no, there is really no genuine difference between us. And if you disagree, like, please speak up. Personally, I just don't think.
Oh boy. All right, here we go.
What you're saying, not all the way, but there is a difference in terms, like you said, culturally and like you said, socially as well, because they're different. We experience different things or whatnot. Not to say that should create a divide, but it is a difference that we all have. That we
right. We all the same people.
We take pride in it. Doesn't mean we should separate because of it, but it is differences that we all have.
Agreed.
I would say it's more of like, I think there's a difference in how we're all brought up. So like African people, the way, just from like seeing my African American friends whose parents aren't from Africa, the way like my parents raised us and the way their parents raised them, it's like clearly different. So in terms of like personal values and values of like how you should treat like people in authority and like just people your age, there's like clear differences in what's expected
I just think it's like really interesting how like all of us have used the word different instead of not the same. I feel like the word different is kind of one of the factors that has created this divide that we constructed.
Oh my God. God, this is so corny.
That word
I really think different means.
See, all right. And here it is also. They can't have an honest conversation. It gets goofy, chuckling, and no, there's no differences. We're all really just. So why y'all doing this show then? You're doing a show because there's a difference, right? You guys felt like there's a disconnection, there's a difference. Now all of a sudden it's being aired. They're not. We're all the same. There's no difference. No honest conversation.
Cool. So, why? Like, what are some reasons that African Americans and Africans have this divide?
I think that it all started with childhood. That as a kid, I know personally I was made fun of for being African. Those typical comments like, do you live in a bush? Do you own an elephant? Like, stuff like that. So I feel like it stems from that and just...
Do you live in a bush? Do you live in do you own an elephant? Now, I wonder what age that person was to ask that crazy question. Do you live in a bush? Do you own an elephant? And that don't sound like an adult's question. That sound like third grade, fourth grade questions, if it's even true.
Ignorance from our parents as well. Our parents say things to us in which, at least I can't speak for African Americans, but I know Africans, our parents say things to try to get us to stick with other Africans instead of branching out, and for that festered. So now it's just...
Okay, y'all catch that? So the person who asked, do you own an elephant? Do you live in a bush? How old is that person? Probably a kid, right? But she said their parents, they say stuff about Foundation Black Americans so they don't be around us, so they can stick with just Africans. I told you guys, and you guys made up excuses, some of you guys in the chat. I said, y'all don't find it a coincidence that we never see Africans, anything we do, when we socialize, go to Walmart, go to the bar, go to a diner, go to wherever we go. You don't think it's a coincidence that we never run into Africans? And some of y'all made excuses for that. But when she just said it, they purposely avoid us. And they say negative things about us, propagandize negative things about us, so they don't come around us. So it's bred in their way of life to stay away from Foundation Black Americans. I mean, what's up? It's all crickets now.
It just lives on as we get older.
So I've kind of broken this down. So it started basically from childhood, at least for Africans. So we definitely like got made fun of about like our background and everything, like being told like you're not black enough and stuff like that. And so,
hey man, now that's a lie. Listen, there's one thing an FBA is not going to do. We're never, I don't give a damn how old we are. We are never going to say that a African isn't black enough, right? That's not going to come out of our mouths. Now, what we're going to say as we get, more mature, we're going to say you're not black, all right? But we'll never say you're not black enough, okay? Because that's going to be a color reference, and you guys are definitely black enough. You're more than black enough, okay? So that's a lie. That's not what we're going to say.
Like, as Africans got older, they kind of like held that inside, and then like when all of a sudden it became like cool to be African, like you'd see people like wearing like the dashiki and wearing like cloth and all of that stuff, like, and I guess to Africans like it was just kind of like a slap in the face, like, oh, like I was made fun of like this entire period of my life, and now all of a sudden like you want to take that and like use it. And I guess like that's why Africans like at our age like tend to be a little bit more exclusive with the culture, because they haven't necessarily dealt with their trauma yet and stuff like that, and so like they take it out on everyone else.
African booty scratcher. Never forget
That was the biggest one. I heard that all the time. Anyone else?
Here we go with the African booty scratcher lie. Oh my God. Every immigrant will make the claim that they were called an African booty scratcher. I mean, this is like the biggest lie. Just like a white supremacist will say, they never met a civilized Foundation Black American. We're all just thugs, and like, stop it.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I agree with her in that aspect, but also another thing I feel like isn't talked about enough is the way our parents will talk about Black Americans.
Iconic.
Because if we're being honest with ourselves, our parents are not respectful. They will say things to try to instill within us to divide away from them.
Taz
but
Cole, the CEO,
like being lazy
hold on.
not as clean.
Victoria Spells. Let me see what she's talking about. She said, well, I guess I'll go watch world news. Have a good day. Yeah, you need to watch something because you've been saying some crazy stuff in here. African, wait, who's this? Aaron, I think she said your name. He said, honestly, how is crazy to ask, do you own an elephant, though? I find that to be dope-ish. He said, I wish I owned one. Yeah. You know, that's a different way to look at it. That's a different, like, how is that, if that was asked to you, how is that negative? Like, that's like, yo, that's showing that your father is the king of Wakanda. You dig? That's a compliment. Like, you know, they're buying into the whole king and queen thing that you're probably going to say next. You're going to say, you know, you guys have a kingdom. Yes, that's an interesting way to look at it. It's not like a negative thing necessarily if you own an elephant. Your trauma is fleeing. Mama dead. Broad Time says, still legit question. Aaron Israel says, always the darkest Black people claiming they were told they're not Black enough. Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, that's just crazy. That's one thing you're not going to ever hear if you're dark skinned. You're never going to hear you're not Black enough. You might hear other things that's discouraging, that's, you know, disparaging and made fun of you, disgusting, but you're not going to hear that one, that you're not Black enough. Leonard De Yuda, watching these tethers is draining. Yeah, man, but it's also I feel like a lot of us shield ourselves away from this reality, and that's why I have to expose it. You dig? We don't want to watch it because we are drained. Oh no, it can't be that bad. No, and then we have these discussions. You have FBAs defending or denying certain things. So we put it out there. I put it out there where it's undeniable, irrefutable, indisputable. Right. And they're having a diaspora war conversation. This is the best time to review it. You get to hear all the sides, right? Or what they believe is all the sides. And, you know,
or stuff like that, and I feel like that also helps perpetuate the divide, which also needs to be acknowledged.
I think that aspect comes from the idea, like I was telling some people earlier, is our parents came here, most of our parents, at least like that came from Africa, or immigrants here. Like I know my parents immigrated from Sudan, I'm a first gen, and the biggest thing, at least talking to my dad, is like that concept of assimilation, which we don't talk about when we talk about Black Americans in general, whether they be African, Caribbean, or just born in the country, is you do have to assimilate into white America's stereotypes, regardless of whether or not you want to. And I think something that a lot of African people, especially our parents, did when they first came here was, you see on the TV that white Americans, you see they're portraying Black people as drug dealers, they're portraying them as...
Here we go with the lie, the movie thing. So these movies are more popular than the real people you see in real life. So the movies are more influential than a LeBron James. Okay, come on. The rap videos, you got real FBAs in real life. Oprah Winfrey, you dig, in real life. But you're going to ignore that and go with movies. Like you're looking at real Black women and men who are way beyond successful. But you're going to Spike Lee's, but you're going to refer or defer to a movie. You're going to defer to a movie and refer to a movie that's pure fictional and ignore the Michael Jordans and, you know, the Dave Chappelle. You're going to just ignore the real life people that's successful. Tariq Nasheed made a great point. Most of the representation of black in America is great. America does not promote the negative views globally. They promote the positive views of us globally because they want those folks to come to the country. They want to portray America as not racist. It's the land of opportunity, all that type of stuff. So you're not. So if you're watching a movie, it's because you wanted to watch that movie. That's not something that the government is funneling into your broadcast. That's not happening. It's not like they're cutting your show off with this groundbreaking news about FBAs. They're piece of shits, and it's not happening. That's something you want to watch. That's something you want to believe. But the Black representation in America is elite, is great. The Muhammad Ali's, the Floyd Mayweather, that's what you're watching. Okay. Tyson Neil deGrasse, you're watching that. You're not, I mean, that's our representation. It's not the Beyoncé's and Jay-Z's and Kanye's. That's what you're seeing. You're not seeing Tyrone, you dig, and Ray Ray and Bonquisha and Quoco Nisha. You're not seeing those folks. So the lies got to stop.
As Caribbean people, especially our parents did when they first came here, was you see on the TV that white Americans, you see they're portraying black people as drug dealers, they're portraying them as criminals, as people that are dangerous, right? And our parents don't want to be portrayed as that, so therefore they're going to continue portraying black Americans in that same way because it's easier to say, okay, that's not me, I'm not a part of that little group, that's them, my people, my African people, you have these morals, we care about ourselves, like she was saying, you know, we're not lazy, we're not dirty, our parents stick around, all that stuff, which I think is a negative stereotype that we're placing onto black Americans, and all we're doing is just pushing this white narrative through, and that's what the divide does, in my opinion, is it just pushes this white narrative through for white America.
I just never understood that concept as a whole. Like, we're different, we don't act like that, but when they see you and they pull you over, they don't care what country.
Hey, yo, how is everybody, family, is this not the fourth time somebody said this? How is this? Listen, this is a doctrine. This is something being propagated. How is it possible that everybody's making the same analogy with this? If the white man pulls you over, he's not asking, hey, are you Foundation Black American? Hey, are you Nigerian? How is everybody using this same talking point? How is everybody using the same talking point, man? That's impossible. That's not a coincidence. That's orchestrated. Like there's a memo, some you want to say FBI informant. Like what is that? That's some agent shit. How is everybody, and they're all immigrants, how are they repeating the same analogy, the same talking points about if the white man pull you over, they're not going to ask, are you Jamaican? That's agent talk right there, man. How is that possible?
It just pushes this white narrative through for white America.
I just never understood that concept as a whole. Like, we're different, we don't act like that, but when they see you and they pull you over, they don't care what country you're from, like, they don't care.
Right.
I just never understood that.
You can't see an African, like, if me and you were walking on the street, I can't say, like, oh, I'm African, she's black. Nobody knows the difference. Yeah. Me and you.
And that's a lie. Sometimes you can't tell, sometimes you can tell. So you can't say nobody knows the difference. Just like I can't say I always know. But sometimes I don't know. I'm like, wow, I didn't know she was African or he was African or he was Jamaican. And sometimes I do know. Sometimes I could look at a person and say, and they could be light skinned. I could still tell that person not FBA. He's from the island. She's from the island. Something like that. So sometimes you can tell, sometimes you can't tell, in my opinion.
You might know the difference, but even our fellow like black Americans don't even know the difference until you say it. Mm-hmm. Nobody.
Okay, but let's see. All the same talk. Yeah, that's crazy how they can say the same thing over and over and over, but nah. Okay, so Taz Cole says her comment. Let me look at peace to Keith Lamont. See you in the building. Okay, she said Taz Cole. I'm saying she. I think. Let me see. Let me make sure. Look at your channel. Okay, so Taz Cole. Yeah, she. Okay, I thought so. Anyway. Taz Cole said, I've had a best friend that's from Jamaica since I was 10 years old. Her mom was so rude to us Black American girls, literally until we were into our 20s. Wow. I'm telling you, man. I want to know who funded this sit down. Yeah. Aaron Israel. Great question. Great question, my boy. Great question. Right. A lot of times, Aaron, it be the universities. So we know one university is called Emory, Emory, college. So I'm thinking that the colleges got some set aside money and they be funding these sit downs. We've carried enough of our own battles to recognize when somebody's trying to trauma bind. Right. Attach. Yeah. Aaron Israel is accurate with that. Let me get him a lineage wrench. African Goddess says, she responds to songwriter that famine in Ethiopia ended decades ago. Okay. Jeff Watts, peace, man. Welcome. Flack, peace. All right, here we go.
Knows that there's a difference, right? So like, what's the point of putting it in there?
And I think that media portrayal has a lot to do with like that bullying that happened when we were younger, because at least for me, I didn't really encounter for Africans until I came to VCU. So when I was younger, the only like portrayal of the African that we had was that thing that we saw in the media, like the kid being fed by some white folk, like and some like dirt, like real dirty shit. And like that's what, as kids, that's what a lot of people had to go off of. And then once you encounter them as children, you do children stuff. And
make fun of them and do all that.
Yeah. And also to touch on the like as we were getting older, like I had the feeling of, because people are trying to like not take back the culture, but like understand African culture more. A lot of that is because like in America, like when we are younger, there's a certain age where people start to get more education about who they are and where they come from. And that's around this age, because like not only were we like uneducated, but also miseducated. So we had to get older to really understand that. And that's around the time where we actually have to dive in. We actually wanted to dive into what African culture is all about. And a lot of that happened for me, at least, especially like once I got to VCU and I actually was around a lot of Africans, was in college. But that's when I felt like it was like, there was a lot of pushback for trying to do that. So me personally, that's what I was like.
Go ahead.
I think it comes from mutual respect. Like, you're not going to respect someone who doesn't respect you. Okay. So when you come from a totally different country and you come somewhere new where you don't know anybody, and the only people that you do know are people from your country, and you're trying to learn like the way of life here and how things go about, and then someone is disrespecting you, are you gonna respect them back? No. If it happens like one off, then okay, fine. Then you can say, okay, like this is just an individual thing. But if it has happened to you multiple times, then it's like, okay, now at this point, I'm just gonna assume that they're all like this. So I haven't really gotten a chance to understand and see how these people are. So, but from the few people or a couple of people I've interacted, this is my conclusion. So I think that's kind of how it started. Like Tago said, with our parents. So when my parents came to this country, they weren't as young as Tago's parents. And then my parents
Okay, so here comes the justification why their parents had taught them to hate FBAs. Okay, so this is called explaining, right? This is literally explaining. She's going to try to explain why tether parents teach the tether children why they should hate, justifying why they hate us. Okay, this is going to be creepy. I already see it coming.
My parents travel often, so they know how to learn and adapt to different places. So like their assimilation is like quick. They know how to deal with it. But the other thing is, I never really separated myself to say, I'm Sierra Leonean, so I'm different than you are, or I'm better than you are.
But you are different.
But growing up in school, I started to feel lower. Like who I was not worth anything. Because the way I was treated made me feel like you were better than I was, and I'm like dirt. Because that's
wait. What?
Exactly how I was treated, and that's what I was told.
Okay, I don't know what she's talking about, but if she's trying to convince us that when she was in elementary school, the 4th, 3rd, 5th grade, the FBAs were teaching her, like little kids were teaching her, hey, we're better than you. You're nothing. Like, stop. I mean, this is getting out of control now. But this is all in an attempt to justify why they hate us, why they're jealous of us, and why they're envious of us. This is all they're doing. They're just trying to explain away their hate. So anyway, Taz Cole, the CEO, says, and it was weird to us because her mom was a maid that cleaned wealthy white households. My mom worked for the state of Illinois that wrote grants for college education. Right. I mean, literally less than your mom in every way possible, but talking down like she just inherently just better. Oh my
God. Like I said earlier, African booty scratcher. Do you understand?
Here we go. Now look. again, this is back to grade school. And they all make the same claim, which I know is garbage. Just like they all make the same analogy. Hey, if a cop pull you over, I know that's garbage. Okay, so now it's back to African booty scratcher. And if that's even true, the kid gotta be 8 years old. But you're saying your parents, these are grown adults that are mature, that's supposed to know what they're supposed to know good from bad. They go to jail for mistakes. Kids don't go to jail for mistakes. They get scolded and told and trained and taught how to do better or how to behave better. So now we're going to compare bad behavior with parents to kids. This is tether logic.
Like, it was just so many levels of disrespect. And I understand what you mean. Like, as we grow up, then we become more mature and educated. But it comes to a certain point where it's like certain things that you know you shouldn't say or do to people. And it doesn't really have anything to do with education, but rather like who you are. Like, you're more.
Yeah, but you guys said that your parents teach you guys young to stay away from us, right? So when you're in school with us and you're staying away from us, yeah, a FBA kid might get offended and start calling you names. But you started it. You behave the way your parents taught you to behave, which is standoffish. FBA is like, hey, what? Okay, are you trying to be funny? You think you're too good? And yeah, we're gonna clown and joke and maybe even square up with you. But you started it.
Morals, and you just don't say certain things to people. And I would say, like, even up until high school, this one girl told me, "Oh, you smell like an African." Okay, so how should I take that? And
these like black kids who do it?
Yes. So now I'm sitting here like, okay.
Wait. But hold on. So they just said, wait, these black kids, and I guess they're saying FBAs. But remember, how do you know they're FBA? So this is my question back to these folks. So now they just said as adults, we can't tell who is who. As adults, this is what they said on the panel. They said as adults, we can't tell who is who. So how the hell can a 9-year-old discern a Jamaican from an African from FBA? How does a little kid discern? So you don't. So my rebuttal is you don't know the ethnicity of the person that's clowning or being disrespectful. You don't know. I just said you can't look at certain black people and determine where they're from. So how are you looking at a black child as a 9-year-old and determining exactly where they're from? How is that possible? See, I pay attention to this garbage because I'm a debater and I like to listen and see where the flaw is at and then expose it, magnify it, like I just did. Like, how the hell does a 9-year-old know who's who, but a grown ass man like me and her can't tell who's who? Come on, man. Justifying your hatred and envy. That's all. Justifying becoming teen white supremacy.
So
Pan-African first says, what's your definition of a tether since it's not universal? Do both parents have to be FBA? Just one? Enough. To answer your question real quickly. So a tether is universal when it comes to foundation Black Americans, right? We define tether the same way we define a coon. Okay. So a coon, let's start with that first. So to be a coon, you have to be FBA. Okay. So you see, so we delineate. So to be a coon, you have to be FBA. Now, and a coon is more, it could be a noun and verb, depends how often they practice coonism. Okay. So a coon is an FBA person who goes out their way to undermine, sabotage, and misrepresent foundational Black Americans, like Thomas Sowell and Larry Elder and Candace Owens. Okay. Now, a tether is an immigrant version of a coon. Okay. So in a tether, you have to be non-FBA. A coon, you got to be FBA. A tether, you got to be non-FBA. So a tether does the same actions as a coon. They go out there but they're from an immigrant class, an immigrant group. So they go out there in the public And they do the same thing a coon would do. They'll misrepresent us, they'll undermine us, try to sabotage us, and become contrary and speak against things that we stand up for or believe in. Okay, so a coon and tether, they behave the same. One is just non-FBA, they're from another country, and one is FBA, they're from this country. Okay, so I hope I was able to explain it in a way you can get it. All right. So let me know if that satisfy you. Where you at? Pan-African first. Yeah, let me know if that satisfy your question. Tiger Crane Shakira says the African booty scratcher remark weren't directed specifically towards Africans and Caribbeans. I.e., all of us were referred to as that either in jet or black. Yeah, I would say that if I was to guess, because I never heard it growing up, I never heard that term. Right. I never used it. Nobody ever called me that. I never heard nobody being called that. But I got friends who say they did say it. So I got FBA friends who say they did call people African booty scratchers. But when I asked him, who do you call it? He said everybody, like kind of what Tiger said. He said, but if I can guess, I can see the African booty scratcher joke being placed on dark skinned people. I'm not saying that's a fact. I'm saying I can understand that the African booty scratcher joke, I can see how it was directed towards dark skinned people. Okay. So FBAs come in different shades. So that's probably why a lot of FBAs have not been called that. But we do have dark skinned FBAs, and only they can tell you if they've been called an African booty scratcher or not. Okay. So I can see Caribbeans and other Africans being called it because a lot of them do come over dark skin. So, but again, it's a grade school thing. It's an elementary thing. Nobody knows where it comes from. I would love for you guys to tell me where it came from because it does not come from our households. Our parents don't use that terminology. If they did, then they would be calling people African booty scratchers. And I don't know one FBA person who has ever confessed, ever disclosed that their parents use the term in their house. So I don't know if we get it from school. I don't know if we get it from the teachers, the drug dealers, the pimps. I don't know where it comes from, but it is implanted somewhere on the school grounds, the playgrounds, the sandbox. You dig? So that's something folks can look into. But Pan-African first, did I answer your question to your satisfaction? Where you go? We got Miss D 6 Women Sports in the building. Peace to you. Let's see. Where did Pan? Where you go? Because he didn't say. Okay. I mean, I just gave you okay, I just told you tether is an immigrant version of an FBA coon. All right. Let me do this because it seems like we're kind of like speaking over each other somehow. So hold on. So how about, because I'm gonna get off right after this video and it's almost over. So, but I want to make sure I can answer your question so there's no confusion on what a tether is and what it ain't. So Pan-African first. Let me just give you this. I'm gonna give you the phone number where you can directly just call in real fast and we can just, get the answer, get the question, get the answer, and just move on. And we can close the live or the show off. So hold on. So let's get Pan-African first. Let me give you the phone number. Just call in real fast, ask the question, let me answer it, and you could ask any follow-up questions as ask peace, any follow-up question, then we'll be done. We can move on and get off of the live. Here you go.
There is a divide, and I don't think there should be a divide, but there is one. Because we go from being disrespected to now everybody wants to be African, or everybody wants to know where they're from and claim it. There's nothing wrong with you finding out who you are or where you're from. But after you've disrespected me and now you want to come back and akikiki in my face and be like, we're one person, I'm not gonna take it too kindly.
Wait, what the hell is she talking about? Hold on.
And but there is one, because we go from being disrespected to now everybody wants to be African, or everybody wants to know where they're from and claim it. There's nothing wrong.
Ma'am, we're not wanting to be African, and we're not trying to learn where we're at from Africa to claim it. That's false. Okay, I don't know where you're at, and I guess this is your aha moment. See, a two-year-old called me an African booty scratcher, but now that 2-year-old is now 25, and now they want to be my friend, and I'm gonna say no, because you called me an African booty scratcher when I was 3 years old. It's 1,000 years later, and you're a mature adult who is no longer thinking like a 3-year-old. I'm gonna still hold this grudge. Okay. Well, don't forget, you guys confessed that your parents taught you things about us. Well, guess what? We're gonna hold our grudge. Okay. And toodaloo.
Wrong with you finding out who you are or where you're from, but after you've disrespected me and now you want to come back and akikiki in my face and be like, we're one person, I'm not gonna take it too kindly, and I'm not gonna accept it just as easily. It's gonna be a lot harder for me because I do harbor those feelings.
I definitely feel that. And to even add on to that, like, a lot of that's from like the African perspective, but for a lot of African Americans per se.
Right. Yeah, she did some fake outrage. A piece to who just came in here new. Somebody just came in here new. I think it came from Eddie Murphy. Well, it couldn't have came from Eddie Murphy. See, people say that African Goddess, but that movie has a date on it. You dig that? I was almost out of grade school. So, but the folks let go of that. Let go. But the folks who are claiming it, they were out of grade school too. You feel me? So to that movie you're talking about, I keep hearing that. I think the comedy stamp thing, but that it didn't come from that, because I was probably I get the date of that comedy show. I think I was out of grade school, and when I say grade school, I'm talking about first through fifth, and that's when like people normally say they recalled it. They were nobody said they recalled that in middle school or high school. Usually people say they recalled that in elementary school. So when Eddie Murphy came out, that video, whatever movie or stand up, I think I was out of grade school. So it had to be before then. I think he was just highlighting it, in his comedy special. Or maybe you're saying it became widespread after that. Okay, if you're saying that, maybe. But I was trying to get to the origins of it. But the origins of it, I don't believe it was that comedy special.
Especially that didn't grow up in areas where a lot of Africans were prevalent. That occurrence happened when a lot of us got to college. I've talked to a few friends, and it was like, so we didn't really have encounters with Africans, and then we got encounters, and then we started going out really trying to learn, and then that's when I started hearing and seeing people move.
Okay, so Pan-African first. He said, we don't need a conversation because this is pure entertainment. I can't take you serious. Well, if that was the case, then why even ask the question? Okay, I don't even, if you don't, I don't get it. If I don't take somebody serious, I don't ask them a serious question. Then I give him the answer. He act like he didn't get the answer. It's like, all right, no problem. Don't ask me a question then. You don't have to ask a question, but you act like you didn't get the answers. I put the phone number out there. You did. You don't want to call in. I get it. A lot of Pan-Africanists are normally afraid to dialogue with an FBA study person. I get it, because we expose Pan-Africanism on a regular basis. Your prince of Pan-Africanism just lost the school, buddy. Okay, and Pan-Africanism went down the drain with the school. Okay, so and we're cool. Shit, we're winning. You guys are losing. You're failing. The school flopped. Your leader is done, and now your leader your leader is soliciting himself for $500. $500 dates. That's your leader.
Different, especially specifically for me, since like a lot of people don't know my ethnicity off the bat. Like people believe I've heard people say I'm Mexican.
what's Samoan, yeah. He's been East African. So I've literally been in rooms with Africans who believe I am African as well, who really talk shit about African Americans until they find out that I'm African American. Since I've come to college, I've heard African people tell me that African Americans don't have culture because we so inside. Even with, and I know it's a different, people have different meanings behind it, but that Kata shit, nah, that's big dead. Because I'm not having African niggas call me nigga. That's how that shit feel when I hear it a lot of the time. I know that's not exactly what it means because I've had discussions with friends, but the way I be hearing it sometimes, it's derogatory. So that's when a lot of African Americans back off and be like, then it's that disrespect shit, and then it's y'all can hold that. To the point where I stopped trying to look into African culture. I just took a lot of pride in being African American. It caused especially freshman year, caused an identity crisis, and that was big dead. I wasn't trying to have that. So I just took a lot of pride in being African American.
Yeah. That's interesting.
See, I feel like I had that identity crisis too, because I was born in the States, but I moved back to Sudan, spent a few years in Sudan, and then I came here, went to a predominantly
Yeah, my fault. Yeah, so that's it for that right there. Yeah, so I got the diaspora words out of the way. Cool. I think I got one more that will play, and then I said so. Right now, I was just working on the next thumbnail. The next thumbnail that we're gonna do. Okay. It's kind of I kind of like it, but then I don't. Okay, I made it better. All right, so I'm working on the next thumbnail, and we're gonna push forward. But like I said, man, everybody who's here, you're appreciated. Subscribe, like. I will try to go 8:39 live again. Can't promise that, but I will be here tomorrow. All right, so we're gonna close out with that. Buddy asked a question about tether, which we already know is rhetorical. We know it's a rhetorical piece to George Trusty. George Trusty, we know those tether questions are rhetorical. Jeff Watt says, if we so bad, how you didn't, why do you didn't go to white schools? Right. Flack said, it came from us watching Cars and man, Mama Deb says, and that proves that y'all ain't nothing but scammers and that she Prince of Pancakes. Yeah, we got one of those this Baba guys who's supposed to hop on. He's been like kind of like low key. Wait, he did give me his email. I think I emailed him too. Hold on. So we got two Pan-Africanists that I emailed who are reluctant to join me. Yeah, none of them replied. Let me make sure this is the one. Hold on. Let me check the email. Yeah, none of them emailed back. You know, they said to email them, they'll join, but none of them emailed back. Interesting. Yes, on that note, family. Wait. He said, no, really ask yourself. This is the Pan-African first guy. He said, no, really ask yourself, why did I even ask that question? What led me to bring it up in this chat room? Pause, because you're a tether. So I hope that answered your other question. So most likely you're a tether, right? And somebody called you a tether, and you're like, "Hey, what's a tether?" Well, you got your answer. You got your answer, bro. You're a tether. Most likely. I don't know. But if you're asking, most likely you recalled it. Therefore, there's some truth there. Maybe when there's smoke, sometimes there's fire. So maybe you are a tether. But pull up later. And don't be afraid to call in. Yeah, a lot of Pan-Africans, they be afraid to dialogue with an FBA study person. Now, they don't mind talking to the FBA, Ray Rays and Pookies. But an unbiased Ron, okay, and unbiased Ron, FBA, they dies like hell. No, yeah, you need a shirt. All right, anyway, peace, family. Let me not prolong it. Subscribe, like the video, and we'll